quelle est la procédure que nous suivons pour l'audition des rapports. Après cette allocution de bienvenue, l'État dispose d'une heure pour présenter son rapport. Ensuite, il y aura les questions de la commissaire rapporteur. Et ici, en l'occurrence, c'est la commissaire Girisha Topsisono qui interviendra également en mode virtuel, donc à partir de là où elle se trouve dans son pays parce qu'elle n'a pas pu faire le déplacement jusqu'à maintenant. Après le rapporteur pays, nous aurons les questions du rapporteur spécial sur le droit de la femme en Afrique, donc des questions qui portent sur le protocole de Maputo, et c'est la commissaire Janet Salanjai, Ramatoulaye Salanjai, qui présentera ces questions, et à défaut d'elle-même, ça va être notre collègue Maria-Thérèse Manuela, qui présentera ces questions à la place de la commissaire Janet Ramatoulaye Salanjai. Après, nous aurons les questions de rapporteur spécial sur les réfugiés, les demandeurs d'asile, les personnes déplacées, les migrants, pour 10 minutes. Ensuite, tous les mécanismes spéciaux poseront leurs questions pour 7 minutes. Vous aurez pour ce faire 1 heure pour présenter les réponses que vous avez pour la journée d'aujourd'hui, en attendant que vous vous prépariez pour venir présenter maintenant en entier. Pas 1 heure, mais vous allez d'abord aujourd'hui présenter les réponses que vous avez à disposition, et puis on conviendra d'un jour, demain peut-être, où vous pourrez revenir pour présenter maintenant de manière globale toutes vos réponses pendant 1 heure. Mais aujourd'hui, vous aurez le droit de réagir d'abord à chaud aux questions qui seront posées. Ensuite, vous avez le droit à 1 heure que nous vous donnerons peut-être pour la journée de demain pour présenter les éléments de réponse. Et c'est alors quand vous aurez fini avec les éléments de réponse que la rapporteure spéciale sur les droits des femmes en Afrique pourra faire ses observations finales, ainsi que les observations finales de la rapporteure pays Girisha Topsisono, et bien évidemment à la fin, les observations conclusives pour indiquer les suites à venir du président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Voilà un peu le schéma que nous allons suivre, mais il n'y a pas de problème, nous vous rappellerons à chaque moment l'étape qu'il convient de suivre ou de respecter. Je me tourne vers notre Haïti. Étoile, do we have the delegation online? Très bien. Avant que la délégation ne prenne la parole, Étoile, tu peux confirmer si notre collègue rapporteur pays est en ligne aussi?
Thank you, Chair. I am online.
OK. Si vous pouvez très rapidement souhaiter la bienvenue à la délégation de la Zambie, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, avant que je ne leur cède la parole pour qu'ils présentent le rapport. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to say good morning to the delegation of Zambia, which is headed by Mr. Mulambu Jaime, the Minister of Justice, as well as the rest of his delegation. I thank him for presenting the combined first to seventh periodic report of the African Charter and the initial report on the Maputo Protocol. You have the floor, Head of Delegation and Minister of Justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. The chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, members of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Commissioner Rapporteur, the Special Rapporteurs present, Excellencies, Ambassadors present, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairperson, on behalf of the Republic of Zambia, I wish to sincerely thank you for according Zambia the honor and privilege of presenting its combined 1st to 7th periodic report on the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the initial report on the protocol to the African Charter on the rights of women in Africa, otherwise known as the Maputo Protocol, at the 75th Ordinary Session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. I would also like to take this opportunity to commend you, Mr. Chairperson, for your exceptional efforts in protecting and promoting human rights globally, and more especially on the African continent. Further, I would like to thank the Secretariat of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for ensuring the success of this session. I assure you of my delegation's full cooperation and support throughout the work of the Commission. I wish to also extend gratitude to the various line ministries and institutions, civil society organizations, and the Human Rights Commission, which have been and remain instrumental in augmenting the states parties' efforts to respect, promote, and protect human rights. Distinguished members of the Commission, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will begin by introducing members of my delegation, which is comprised of representatives from the Gender Division under the Office of the President, the Office of the Vice President, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Office of the Commissioner for Refugees, Department of Immigration, Zambia Correctional Services, Zambia Police Service, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Ministry of Labor and Social Security, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Community Development and Social Services, Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, Ministry of Information and Media, Ministry of Technology and Science, Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development, National Prosecutions Authority, Legal Aid Board, Zambia Statistics Agency, and last but not the least, the National HIV/AIDS, STI, and TB Council. Quite clearly, Mr. Chairperson, we are an all-inclusive team. Mr. Chairperson, it is imperative to state from the outset that the State Party appreciates the importance of the observance and respect for people's rights, and that this remains a priority for the State Party. This is evident from the State Party's 8th National Development Plan, also known as 8NDP, launched in the year 2022, whose theme is socio-economic transformation for improved livelihoods. The 8th NDP, which seeks to pursue growth and transforms the livelihood of the people, expresses the State Party's intention to undertake comprehensive constitutional reforms to enhance good governance and strengthen the protection of human rights, which are critical ingredients to the well-being of citizens. The President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, further underscored the State Party's commitment to upholding human rights during the opening of the first session of the 13th Parliament, when he stated in part as follows, and I quote, "Our administration will ensure upholding of human rights and will safeguard the rights of our people and protect private property." Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the State Party's resolve to enhance the enjoyment of human rights for the well-being of all persons is evident from the tremendous progress that the State Party has made towards protecting and promoting human rights and ensuring their respect since the submission of the State Party's periodic report, which is the subject of review by this distinguished commission. In this regard, Mr. Chairperson, permit me to highlight progress made thus far. First and foremost, it is with great pleasure that the state party submits that First and foremost, it is with great pleasure that the state party submits that it became a party to the African Court on Human and People's Rights. The state party also made a declaration accepting the competence of the court to receive cases submitted by non-governmental organizations with observer status before the commission and individuals. This will effectively enable NGOs and individuals to have direct access to the court, thus demonstrating the government's full and unhampered support in availing its citizens the full rights to justice. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, further progress with respect to human rights in the state party is to be noted in the area of human rights and welfare of children. The state party enacted the Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022, which not only harmonizes all the laws relating to children, but also domesticates provisions of the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children to ensure the full protection of the rights of children. The Children's Code Act also prohibits subjecting children to economic exploitation or any work that is hazardous or likely to interfere with the child's education, physical or mental health, spiritual, moral, or social development. Further, the state party has put in place measures to bring to an end all forms of child labor, which includes setting the minimum age of a child for the purposes of admission to employment and the number of hours and conditions of employment of a child as provided for in the state party's Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019. With respect to the right to education, the state party introduced free education from early childhood to secondary level, increased grants to the education sector, and ring-fenced 20% of the constituency development fund for bursary support to secondary school and skills training for learners. The state party also increased the number of free school centers which have been annexed to the existing primary schools in order to enhance access to early childhood education. The state party has enhanced access to education for children with special education needs and disabilities by providing user-friendly facilities for children with disabilities. The state party has also introduced a basic special needs education for colleges of education in order to equip teachers with basic knowledge of identifying and assessing learners with disabilities. The state party further introduced an education television channel and supplied village satellite television sets with intervention, has been beneficial to learners in rural areas. Further, 2,390 teachers were recruited in 2021 and 30,496 teachers were recruited in 2022, respectively. The state party, with the support from cooperating partners, is also constructing 82 high schools across the country aimed at eliminating illiteracy. During the 8th National Development Plan period, the state party's interventions will focus on further increasing access to and improving the quality of education so as to contribute to reduction in poverty and inequality. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the state party is currently implementing the Scaling Up Nutrition Phase 2, 2019 to 2023, supported by the United Nations under the auspices of UNICEF, World Health Organization, World Food Programme, and Food and Agriculture Organization, and funded by the European Union, the federal government of the Republic of Germany, the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, and the UK aid from the British people. The program delivers through, among others, schools, a health and nutrition intervention feeding package for adolescents in schools. The state party also implements the homegrown school feeding program in collaboration with the World Food Programme. The program is aimed at increasing enrollments, reducing absenteeism, and enhancing nutritional status and cognitive development by providing them with meals. Under this program, a meal is provided to more than 800,000 children across the country every school day. The two programs have contributed to improved school attendance. The State Party has also embarked on the Menstrual Hygiene Management Program, which aims at providing appropriate infrastructure, materials, free distribution of hygiene products, and training for adolescent girls in schools to reduce absenteeism. The State Party has continued to encourage girls who drop out of school due to pregnancy to go back to school after giving birth. By 2022, at least 50% of adolescent mothers reported back to school. As regards skills development, the State Party has made progress towards increasing access to vocational and skills training through the construction of training facilities in selected rural areas, and has introduced the Technical Education, Vocational and Entrepreneurship TEVET bursary scheme. The objective of the scheme is to encourage and increase the number of youth taking up skills training, especially females and persons with disabilities, for whom 30% and 10% respectively are reserved. The State Party developed a national strategy on financial education 2019 to 2024. The overall strategic objective is for the Zambian population to have improved knowledge, understanding, skills, motivation, and confidence to help them secure positive financial outcomes for themselves and their families by 2024. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, as you are aware, women continue to bear the brunt of gender-based violence. This vice, deeply rooted in gender inequality, is perhaps one of the most notable human rights violations which plagues all societies. The State Party has not been spared. In order to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, the State Party is implementing various measures in line with the Anti-Gender-Based Violence Act No. 1 of 2011. These measures are aimed at increasing access to essential services for survivors of gender-based violence and to engage traditional leaders to tackle social norms that promote the subordination of women. The State Party has also established one-stop centers in health facilities for purposes of psychological counseling and providing another policy direction on village-led one-stop centers. Further, the State Party's Gender Equity and Equality Act and the Penal Code criminalize all types of violence against women. The State Party is also in the process of reviewing the Anti-Gender-Based Violence Act so as to, amongst other things, make provision for the criminalization of violence against women. The State Party is also implementing national referral mechanism on gender-based violence and violence against children, and the national guidelines for the multidisciplinary management of survivors of gender-based violence in Zambia. The State Party will, through the 8th National Development Plan, implement interventions aimed at addressing gender inequity and inequality in an effort to reduce developmental disparities. Connected with the elimination of gender disparities is the empowerment of women. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the State Party wishes to inform this esteemed commission that it has progressively endeavored to ensure that women take up leadership positions. Since 2016, the State Party has had a female vice president. The 13th National Assembly of Zambia also made history when the House elected its first female speaker. Additionally, the first deputy speaker is also female. Under the auspices of the 8th National Development Plan, the State Party will implement further interventions to promote the participation of women in decision-making positions. The State Party has also been conducting various human rights education training on matters relating to gender and gender mainstreaming in institutions. Further, the state party has included human rights education in the curriculum of schools and training centers, including the curriculum offered at various military training schools. Another vice which many societies faced and with which the state party would like to address is human trafficking. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the state party notes that the vice is still very common on the African continent, with the majority of the victims being children. The International Labour Organization's global estimates of modern slavery, forced labor, and forced marriage, published in 2022, bring to the fore a very grim reality of trafficking undertaken for forced labor, sexual exploitation, domestic work, forced begging, illicit activities, and forced marriages. The protection of persons and the fight against this vice, though daunting, demands perseverance and relentlessness. The state party, in its continued efforts against human trafficking, has, inter alia, launched the policy on human trafficking and smuggling of immigrants in December 2022, and amended the Anti-Human Rights Trafficking Act to permit certification of victims of trafficking in order to enhance service provisions to the victims and to prohibit the trafficking of children. The state party also enacted the Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019, which prohibits the employment of children and young persons in the worst forms of labor. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, as regards the rights to health, the state party has continued to uphold the principle of non-discrimination through its policy frameworks, which provide for delivery of healthcare and education services without discrimination. In this regard, the state party continues to train healthcare workers and teachers in ethics and the legal implications of discrimination. In 2019, the state party introduced a national health insurance scheme, which is aimed at accelerating the achievement of universal health coverage through the provision of financial risk protection in health access. This has enhanced the financial capacity of the health sector. The state party wishes to report that it is making strides to meet the Abuja Declaration levels of funding of 15% of the health sector, or 15% towards the health sector. In this regard, under the 2022 budget, the state party's health sector budget stood at 8% of the national total. In 2023, at least 10.4% of the national budget has been committed to the health sector. With this budget, the state party recruited 5,000 workers in the year 2019 and 11,276 in the year 2022. Mr. Chairperson, allow me to address the right to the respect of the dignity inherent in a human being, with particular focus on the prohibition of torture of inmates. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, Sir David Roy Lidington, a former Lord High Chancellor of Great Britain, stated, and I quote, "Prisons are out of public sight and most often out of mind, but the vast majority of prisoners will at some point leave jail and rejoin our communities, which is why what happens inside matters to us all." End of quote. On the same subject, Dorothea Dix, an American activist, stated, and I quote, "Steady, firm, and kind government of prisoners is the truest humanity and the best exercise of duty." End of quote. In ensuring the truest humanity towards and the well-being of inmates, the state party enacted the Zambia Correctional Service Act number 37 of 2021. The act domesticates the United Nations standard minimum rules for treatment of prisoners also known as the Mandela Rules, which place on states an obligation to treat all prisoners with respect for their inherent dignity and value as human beings, and to prohibit torture and other forms of ill treatment. In this regard, the State Party has constructed modern correctional facilities and rehabilitated a number of correctional facilities to address overcrowding and facilitate the supply of social amenities, such as clean water and sanitation. Further, the constitutional transformation from prison to correctional service has resulted in humane treatment of inmates, as it has moved the modus operandi of the Zambia Correctional Service from punitive to restorative justice. The State Party is also addressing basic needs of inmates, such as the provision of sleeping facilities, including, amongst others, beds and mattresses. As a way of reducing long terms of preventive detention and prolonged pre-trial detention, the State Party has introduced legal aid desks at courts, police stations, and correctional facilities to guarantee easy access to legal services for inmates and suspects. The High Court has also been decentralized. This will facilitate speedy disposal of cases, which will ultimately reduce long terms of pre-detention. The State Party, pursuant to the Zambia Correctional Service Act, has also decentralized the National Parole Board. This in effect has increased the number of sittings by the board to consider applications for parole. With increased sittings and the consequent increase in the number of applications for parole being considered and approved, overcrowding in correctional facilities has been reduced. In addition, the State Party, supported by the German government under the auspices of the Access to Justice program, undertook and concluded in January 2023 a prison audit with the view of establishing the reasons that lead to overcrowding, the effects of overcrowding, and the solutions to ensuring at all times the population of inmates is in healthy proportions. Further, the State Party has embarked on building and renovating infrastructure to provide for effective separation of children in conflict with the law and awaiting trial from adults. For instance, Choma Central Police Station has got dormitories for children. Further, Mr. Chairperson and Your Excellencies, I would like to take this opportunity to inform this August House that following the landmark decision of the Constitutional Court in the case of Godfrey Malembeka, suing in his capacity as Executive Director of Prisons Care and Counseling Association, and the Attorney General and the Electoral Commission of Zambia, case number 2016 CC0013, selected judgment number 34 of 2017, in which the court held that sections 9, 1E and 47 of the Electoral Process Act, which barred inmates in lawful custody from exercising the right to vote, contravenes Article 46 of the Constitution. Inmates, for the first time in the State Party's history, exercised suffrage in the last national elections held in 2021. This followed the State Party's amendment of the Electoral Process Act. Also notable with respect to convicts and inmates, vis-a-vis the prohibition of cruel, inhuman, and degrading punishment, is the abolition of the death penalty. On 23rd December 2022, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, assented to the amendments to the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code, which repealed provisions relating to the death penalty as a form of penal sanction. Further, the President, on 8th February 2023, by the power conferred upon him to exercise the prerogative of mercy, did commute the sentences of 390 inmates from death sentences to life imprisonment. Currently, not a single inmate in any Zambian correctional facility is facing the death penalty. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the State Party takes this opportunity to underscore the importance of freedom of conscience and to reaffirm its commitment to ensuring this freedom. In the words of Thomas Jefferson, nothing is more dreaded than the national government meddling with religion. In this regard, the State Party wishes to inform this commission that the mandate previously exercised by the ministry responsible for national guidance, which is now abolished, and religious affairs, previously headed by a cabinet minister, has been delegated to a directorate seated in a higher office, that office being the office of the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia. The directorate's mandate remains to, amongst other things, preserve religious sites and religious affairs, promote national values, and actualize the declaration of the State Party as a Christian nation, while upholding the freedom of conscience for social transformation and sustainable development. To emphasize the importance of national values, the President of the Republic addressed the nation on the progress made in the application of national values and principles on 11th March 2022 and 24th February 2023 in Parliament. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the State Party will now address progress made with respect to the protection of certain groups of people. With regard to people with albinism, PWAs, the State Party posits that diminished melanin or the absence of it can never justify diminished respect, promotion, and protection of human rights, or the abrogation or absence of human rights. In other words, all persons, regardless of their color, are entitled to enjoy their human rights and fundamental freedoms. Accordingly, the State Party reiterates that persons with albinism, like other persons in the State Party, enjoy all fundamental rights and freedoms enshrined in the Bill of Rights as set out in the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia and the Persons with Disabilities Act No. 6 of 2012. In addition, their rights and freedoms are also protected under the Penal Code, Chapter 87 of the Laws of Zambia. The State Party has therefore continued to enforce existing laws aimed at protecting persons with albinisms against attacks and killings. In order to support PWAs, the State Party is supporting the publishing of a handbook called Living with Albinism in Zambia, which is aimed at teaching children and the general populace on albinism, thereby promoting the welfare of people living with albinism. In collecting data on PWAs through census of population and housing, I'll read that again, I beg your pardon. Thereby promoting their welfare. The State Party is collecting data on persons living with albinism through the census of population and housing, which was recently undertaken. The State Party occasionally purchases and distributes free sunscreen lotions for PWAs and hosts cancer clinics where PWAs go for cancer treatment and covers medical bills for them. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the State Party also has been working with PWA organizations such as the Albinism Foundation of Zambia, Zambia Albinism Matters Organization, and Under the Same Sun, amongst others, to promote the interests and welfare of PWAs. Currently, the State Party is undertaking a situation analysis on the PWAs so as to provide appropriate measures and interventions. Mr. Chairperson, with respect to persons with disabilities, the State Party enacted the Mental Health Act number 6 of 2019, which also domesticates the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The State Party has also increased funding to the Zambia Agency for Persons with Disabilities to carry out its mandate as provided in the Persons with Disabilities Act number 6 of 2012 aforementioned. Additionally, the State Party has established community-based inclusion development networks to enhance dialogue and coordination. Also of concern to the State Party are migrants. The State Party has developed guidelines on protection assistance for migrants in the State Party, which aim at ensuring the respect for human rights of migrants. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the foregoing interventions cannot be successfully achieved independent of robust institutions that are sufficiently equipped to ensure their effective functionality in the protection and promotion of human rights. Pivotal to the promotion and protection of the fundamental rights of people within whose jurisdiction they serve are national human rights institutions. They are, in broad terms, mandated to hold governments accountable for their human rights obligations. They address the full complement of human rights, including economic, social, cultural, and political rights. In order to effectively and efficiently execute their mandates, they must be adequately funded. In this regard, the State Party has progressively increased funding to the Human Rights Commission amidst a tight fiscal space. In 2018, the Commission's budget stood at 13.8 million kwacha, which translates to 863,000 plus US dollars, whilst in 2022, the budget increased to 21.1 million kwacha, translating to 1.3 plus million United States dollars, representing an increase of 35%. Further, the Human Rights Commission Act of 1996 is currently undergoing review, and a draft bill to strengthen the capacity of the Human Rights Commission to, inter alia, carry out its mandate has been submitted to the Ministry of Justice. The bill will be submitted to Parliament once all internal processes pertaining to legislative drafting have been concluded. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the State Party is cognizant of the fact that in order to strengthen the protection of human rights, there is an urgent need to ensure the promulgation of subsidiary legislation that adequately protects the human rights enshrined in the Constitution of Zambia and in the various human rights conventions to which Zambia is a party. In this regard, the following legislative measures have been or are being undertaken by Zambia. 1, the State Party has revised the legal age of majority of criminal responsibility to ensure full protection of the child who may be in conflict with the law. Accordingly, in 2022, the Penal Code was reviewed to increase the minimum age of criminal responsibility from 8 to 12 years. 2, the State Party intends to make necessary amendments to the Constitution during the implementation of the 8th National Development Plan. In this regard, the State Party commenced the development of a roadmap to review the Constitution and has continued to engage various stakeholders and cooperating partners to solicit support to hold a referendum to amend Part 3 of the Constitution in a bid to enhance the Bill of Rights. The State Party has also undertaken consultations with various stakeholders, including civil society organizations, who have recommended that the review process be undertaken in 3 phases. The first phase will address non-contentious issues, the second contentious issues, and the final phase will be to consider amendments to the Bill of Rights. This approach will aid in mitigating the cost implications attached to the constitutional review process. Third, the State Party has prioritized the engagement of civil society activists, and governmental organizations to seek common ground in its mandate, in its media development agenda, particularly the drafting of the Access to Information Bill. Fourth, under the Penal Code and the Criminal Procedure Code, various provisions that prejudice the independence of the media are being reviewed. Fifth, the state party is in the process of reforming its Public Order Act so as to guarantee freedom of assembly and demonstration. The objective is to facilitate the enjoyment of the freedoms of association, assembly, and expression, whilst regulating the conduct of public gatherings for the preservation of public order and safety. And sixth, the state party is working with the Human Rights Defenders Network and civil society organizations to develop legislation for human rights defenders. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, other initiatives undertaken by the state party are as follows. The state party has, with the support of the Zambian Human Rights Commission, the Zambia Human Rights Commission, the United Nations Development Programme, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, the Swedish government, Diaconia, Zambia Alliance of Women and Oxfam, commenced the process of formulating the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights to be implemented under the 8th National Development Plan. The state party approved the establishment of an interministerial structure known as the National Mechanism for Implementation, Reporting and Follow-up in 2022 in line with international best practice. The state party incorporated non-state actors in the development and implementation of the national development plans, enacted the National Budget and Planning Act No. 1 of 2022, which enhances transparency in the formulation of national budgets. And the Ministry of Justice, in pursuance of Article 177(6) of the Constitution, progressively devolving the Office of the Attorney General, is progressively devolving the Office of the Attorney General to the state's parties provinces, and has thus far established offices in 5 of the 10 provinces. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, the state party's journey is not without challenges. The state party requires financial and technical support for the successful implementation of our human rights programs and interventions. That notwithstanding, the state party journey is on, working earnestly, relentlessly, and diligently in order to create an environment in which human rights are promoted, protected, and respected. As I conclude, I wish to thank the Commission for according the Republic of Zambia an opportunity to demonstrate the state party commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights for all persons in the country. I also wish to reiterate that the state party remains committed to all principles of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and the Maputo Protocol, and will continue to respond to dictates of the 2 and other human rights instruments. The state party looks forward to further interaction and collaboration with the Commission as we strive to attain the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms and a better and brighter world for all humanity. Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, I end with this quote borrowed from the former United Nations Women Executive Director, Phumzile Mlambo, who stated, and I quote, "Our hopes for a more just, safe, and peaceful world can only be achieved when there is universal respect for the inherent dignity and equal rights of all members of the human family." End of quote. Your Excellencies, Mr. Chairperson, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre Mulambo Mb, pour la présentation synthétique par rapport au titre de la Charte africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et du protocole de Maputo. nous prenons bonne note de la mise à jour orale de votre rapport, très riche, avec beaucoup de progrès dans le domaine de l'éducation, dans le domaine de l'alimentation, du droit à l'alimentation, des questions de violence basées sur le genre, l'autonomisation de femmes, la lutte contre la traite des êtres humains, beaucoup plus particulièrement des enfants. On a noté également beaucoup de développement dans le domaine du droit à la santé, du droit au respect de la dignité, à l'égalité surtout entre hommes et femmes. Je confirme ce que vous avez dit parce que lors de notre dernier passage en Zambie, nous avions eu effectivement une réunion avec la première vice-présidente de l'Assemblée nationale qui nous avait indiqué les grands efforts qui sont faits en Zambie dans le domaine de la parité entre les hommes et les femmes. Je puis noter également dans le domaine des droits civils et politiques des avancées majeures en termes de peine de mort, commuée, je crois qu'il y a une loi, si j'ai bien suivi, une loi qui commue la peine de mort à servitude, à un emprisonnement à vie. Beaucoup d'efforts également dans le domaine de liberté de conscience, la prise en charge de l'handicap. Le plus grand progrès que je voudrais ne pas passer sous silence, vous l'avez dit d'ailleurs au début de votre introduction, et nous vous félicitons d'ailleurs pour cela, hein, c'est l'adhésion de la Zambie au protocole créant la Cour africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Et en bonus, vous avez signé la déclaration qui est prévue à l'article 34.6 qui permet aux ONG affiliées auprès de la Commission africaine et aux individus d'introduire les requêtes auprès de la Cour africaine. C'est un pas pour le renforcement du système judiciaire des droits de l'homme sur notre continent. Au nom de tous les commissaires, j'allais même dire au nom de tous les juges, parce qu'on est complémentaires, nous tenons à vous souhaiter la bienvenue dans ce système judiciaire et invitons les autres États qui ne l'ont pas encore fait à devoir aussi adhérer au protocole créant la Cour et à faire cette déclaration qui est la partie la plus importante d'ailleurs. C'est cette partie-là du 34.6 qui est la plus importante de ce protocole. Ceci dit, je vais me tourner maintenant vers mes collègues, les commissaires, en commençant par la commissaire rapporteure de la République des Zambie, l'honorable Gerisha Topsi-Sono, pour qu'elle puisse, au maximum pendant 10 minutes, vraiment, je rappelle le respect du temps parce qu'on est vendredi aujourd'hui et nous travaillons en half day, en demi-journée. Il faut tenir compte aussi du droit à la liberté de pensée et de conscience des autres, qui pour eux, vendredi, est un jour de recueillement. Je vous donne 10 minutes et je ferai de même pour les autres commissaires en leur invitant à respecter le temps. Parce que le temps qui est indiqué dans notre programme, il est un peu trompeur. C'est mis 9h à 10h30 pour ce rapport, mais en réalité, si l'État prend déjà 1 heure et chaque commissaire prend 10 minutes, on est au-delà de 2 heures. C'est pour cette raison que j'invite tous mes collègues, et moi-même d'ailleurs, à garder une certaine discipline temporelle pour qu'on puisse clôturer la journée à temps comme on le fait d'habitude. Commissaire Gerisha, vous avez...
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to thank the Minister of Justice of the Republic of Zambia for the presentation of a report and note with appreciation the progress made by the Republic of Zambia in various fields. The Commission takes note with appreciation that of a participatory and inclusive progress that led to the preparation of a periodic report, including stakeholders drawn from various government ministries, civil society, academia, and national human rights institutions. The Commission also commends the inclusion of a detailed B part representing the implementation of the Maputo Protocol provisions. The report also has the merit of focusing on the challenges faced by Zambian authorities in their quest to implement the rights enshrined in the Charter. Whilst appreciating the State Periodic Report, the Commission would like to raise some questions pertaining to the contents of the report, as well as obtain further information on how the government of Zambia is implementing the rights enshrined in the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol. During the period under review, Zambia ratified various treaties and protocols, inter alia, the following regional instruments, that is, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, the African Charter on the Rights of Welfare of the Child, the Convention for the Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced Persons in Africa, and the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. Is the government of Zambia considering ratifying the following other international human rights instruments, namely the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Older Persons in Africa, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Citizens to Social Protection and Social Security, the Protocol on the Statute of the African Court of Justice and Human Rights. And in the United Nations framework, the International Convention on the Protection of the Right of All Migrant Workers and their members of their families, the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture, the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights aiming at the abolition of the death penalty, the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the involvement of children in armed conflict, the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child on the sale of children, child prostitution and child pornography, the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, the optional protocol to the Convention on Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the third optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Is the government of Zambia considering making the declaration against under Article 34.6 of the Protocol of the African Court on Human and People's Rights? As regards the National Human Rights Framework, the Commission notes that Zambia is a jurist state where ratified international instruments require domestication, according to the Ratification of International Agreements Act of 2016. The Commission also notes that the state party has a dual legal system, which consists of statutory and customary law. During the period under review, the government has enacted a number of laws and amendments dealing with the promotion and protection of human rights, such as the Education Act, the Anti-Gender-Based Violence Act, the Persons with Disabilities Act, the Gender Equity and Equality Act, the Police Public Complaints Commission Act, the Refugees Act, the Mental Health Act. Could the government of Zambia elaborate on other efforts to update its national legislation dealing with human rights to bring it in line with international human rights obligations? The Commission notes that the constitutional referendum, which was conducted in August 2016 to amend the state party's Bill of Rights, was unsuccessful. How is the government of Zambia willing to amend the Bill of Rights Act, the Bill of Rights, or Article 79.3 in the future, bearing in mind the lessons learned from the previous attempt? That is a referendum. What are the concrete steps considered to relaunch the constitutional reform process to amend the Bill of Rights? In concrete terms, what measures have been taken by the government of Zambia to ensure the dissemination of the African human rights treaties, in particular the African Charter and the Maputo Protocol? Is there any multi-sectorial body in Zambia acting as a national mechanism in charge of monitoring the reporting obligations, the implementation of received recommendations, and the follow-up with human rights regional and international organs? Is there any strategy, national plan, or policy currently in place in Zambia dedicated specifically to the promotion and protection of human rights in Zambia? Cooperation with the Commission. The Commission undertook a promotional visit in Zambia during the period 2008. The mission was aimed at encouraging dialogue between the Commission and the Republic of Zambia and exchanging views with major human rights stakeholders on ways and means of enhancing the enjoyment of human rights in the country. In 2008, the Commission had made certain recommendations, namely the abolition of the death penalty, investigating allegations of deaths and rapes in police custody, adoption of a draft freedom of expression and access to information, ensuring fair treatment of migrants with dignity during the course of deportation, the Police Public Complaints Authority, the amendment to the Police Act, dealing with problems of overcrowding in prisons, adopting non-custodial punishments such as community service orders and fines, improving legal aid system to be beneficial to all the community, abolishing or discouraging customary practices that discriminate against women, such as property grabbing and the inheritance of women. The government of Zambia is kindly invited to elaborate on the concrete measures taken to implement the Commission's mission recommendations. Also, the Working Group on Extractive Industries, Environment and Human Rights undertook research and information mission in Zambia in 2014. What are the measures taken by the government of Zambia to implement the recommendations of this mission of the Working Group on Extractive Industries? As regards non-discrimination, discrimination is protected under Articles 8, 11, and 33 of the Zambian Constitution. The Commission takes note of the legislative, judicial, and institutional measures, as well as the policies and programs adopted to combat discrimination. Are descent and national or ethnic origin provided for explicitly as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Zambian Constitution or any other legislation? The delegation is invited to elaborate on the derogations provided for in clauses 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and of Article 23. Do these derogations have any impact on combating all forms of discrimination in Zambia? Is the government of Zambia considering the adoption of comprehensive legislation prohibiting discrimination in all spheres based on sex, ethnic affiliation, religion, disability, albinism, socio-economic status, HIV/AIDS status, political opinions, or other status? Has the government of Zambia adopted any law or national policy to protect and promote the rights of persons with albinism in the country? The periodic report states that some practices in the customary law continue to create and sustain avenues for discrimination against women and other vulnerable groups, as well as the right to property. The delegation is kindly invited to elaborate on specific measures put in place to combat or discourage the above-mentioned discriminatory practices. The delegation is also invited to elaborate on allegations of racial discrimination against the San and Kore peoples, especially with regards to their living conditions, economic and social environment, and access to them. As regards the right to freedom of conscience, the Commission takes note that Article 19 of the Zambian Constitution guarantees the freedom of conscience and states that no person shall be hindered in the enjoyment of his freedom of conscience. Furthermore, Article 14 of the Penal Code criminalizes acts infringing on a person's enjoyment of religion. The delegation is invited to provide information on prosecutions conducted during the period under review with regards to this violation. The delegation is further invited to elaborate on allegations of pressures on religious leaders in Zambia to maintain certain political opinions. The report indicates the establishment of a ministry responsible for national guidance and religious affairs in October 2016. The delegation is invited to elaborate on the abolishment of a ministry in September 2021. What was the concrete input of this department in promoting interreligious dialogue in Zambia? The report states that a moratorium is imposed since 2019 on the registration of new churches and religious groups, pending adoption of a new policy on minimum standards for churches and religious groups. The delegation is invited to explain the consistency of this moratorium with regards to freedom of religion and belief. What are the main topics of standards to be adopted in the framework of the above-mentioned new policy? The right to participate in public affairs government. Zambia organized presidential elections in August 2021, according to reports marked by several restrictions on the freedom of expression and internet blackout. The delegation is requested to provide information on the above-mentioned allegations. Reports state that political violence levels in Zambia during the last years were very high, and that perpetrators openly carried weapons and sometimes state publicly their intent to harm their opponents. The delegation is requested to provide information regarding the aforementioned allegations. What are the concrete measures taken to combat this kind of violence? The report informs that the 2016 referendum to amend and enhance the Constitutional Bill of Rights and repeal Article 79 was not successful because it did not meet the required threshold of at least 50% of registered voters. What are the reasons behind this low participation in the 2016 referendum? During the 2021 presidential elections, the vice presidential candidates of two major parties were women. However, the participation and representation of women remained below international and regional standards. The delegation is invited to elaborate on the low participation and representation of women, especially in parliament. According to legislation and practice, are there candidacy fees that may affect the participation of all in the electoral process? As regards national human rights institutions, the Zambian Constitution established through its Article 230 the Human Rights Commission with a mandate of promoting and protecting human rights in the country. The Human Rights Commission of Zambia has been granted an A status accreditation according to the National Human Rights Institution with Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. Is a member of Network of African National Human Rights Institutions and enjoys affiliate status with the Commission. In line with the Paris Principles and other relevant international and regional guidelines, does the Human Rights Commission of Zambia enjoy sufficient human and financial resources to fulfill its mandate? Is the government of Zambia willing to amend the Human Rights Commission Act of 1996 to enhance its compliance with the Paris Principles? The delegation is invited to elaborate on the selection and appointment process for members of the Zambian Human Rights Commission. Are members of the Zambian Human Rights Commission involved in any political activities which constitutes conflicts of interest, or do they serve on full-time basis? The delegation is also invited to elaborate on the role of a Human Rights Commission in the monitoring and follow-up of the regional and international human rights organs. Recommendation. I am done, Mr. Chair. I hand over the floor to you.
Merci, Madame la Commissaire Richard. Je voudrais également saluer la présentation du rapport par la délégation de la Zambie. Je vous présente les excuses du président qui doit s'absenter pour quelques minutes et en ma qualité de vice-présidente, je vais assurer la continuité des débats. Alors, sans plus tarder, je vais donner la parole à Madame la Commissaire Manuela qui va prendre en charge les questions de la rapporteure spéciale sur les droits de la femme en Afrique, sur le protocole de Maputo. Commissaire Manuela, vous avez 10 minutes.
Obrigada, senhora vice-presidente. Muito bom dia a todas e todos presentes na sala e virtualmente. Vou então colocar as questões relacionadas com os direitos da mulher. Felicito primeiramente a delegação da Zâmbia pela apresentação do relatório da mulher de acordo com as diretrizes. Está bem articulado e apresentou efetivamente todos os articulados que, passo o pleonasmo, constam do protocolo. Senhora Presidente, vou tentar usar os 10 minutos para colocar todas estas questões. A primeira pergunta seria: em que medida a sociedade civil, em particular organizações que trabalham com questões de gênero, estiveram envolvidas na elaboração do presente relatório? A Comissão registra as disposições constitucionais e legislativas, políticas e os planos de desenvolvimento que consagram os direitos da mulher no Estado parte. Isto consta do vosso relatório, parágrafos 406 a 409. Na Zâmbia, os instrumentos internacionais não têm uma aplicação direta a nível nacional, só se tornam aplicáveis ou vinculativos após a sua transposição por ordenamento jurídico. A Lei da Equidade e Igualdade do Gênero engloba todas as disposições relevantes do Protocolo Nacional, do Protocolo de Maputo. Que esforços é que o governo da Zâmbia tem feito para traduzir nas várias línguas locais e permitir a popularização do Protocolo de Maputo? Além disso, existem programas de capacitação e educação, sensibilização para todos os agentes responsáveis pela aplicação da lei sobre os direitos da mulher? Um momento, senhora Presidente. A Zâmbia envidou esforços louváveis para garantir a igualdade e a não discriminação contra as mulheres. A seção 28 da Lei da Igualdade e Equidade de Gênero prevê a eliminação de práticas e comportamentos sociais e culturais nocivos contra as mulheres. Ora, pretendemos saber da delegação se, com a promulgação desta lei em 2015, foram aplicadas as disposições relativas à Comissão para a Igualdade e Equidade do Gênero. O governo tomou medidas adequadas e substanciais para modificar ou alterar as práticas sociais e culturais dos padrões de conduta de mulheres e homens. Estou a falar de práticas consuetudinárias baseadas na inferioridade ou superioridade de um dos sexos, ou então as funções estereotipadas para homens e mulheres. Que esforços foram envidados no domínio da sensibilização, isto nas zonas rurais? Também, que medidas teriam sido tomadas para fazer face aos desafios encontrados na integração da perspectiva do gênero nos ministérios, nas províncias e nos organismos de execução orçamental, e quais são as estratégias adotadas para integrar a perspectiva do gênero na tomada de decisões do governo? Nos termos do artigo 16, parágrafo 2 da Lei contra a Violência Baseada no Gênero, uma pessoa ou organismo público ou privado não deve explorar ou submeter qualquer pessoa a tratamento abusivo, violento ou degradante. Qualquer pessoa que viola estas disposições é passível de punição penal. No entanto, os relatórios indicam que na Zâmbia, 52% das mulheres com 15 anos ou mais já sofreram violência física e 23% sofreram violência sexual, sendo as divorciadas, separadas e viúvas as que mais sofreram violência. Será que a Lei contra a Violência do Gênero de 2009 permite o acesso à justiça e prevê as necessidades médicas e psicológicas dos sobreviventes e está atualmente operacional? Qual é a taxa de aplicação dessa lei? Será que a delegação pode fornecer algum dado estatístico sobre os casos processados com êxito? A Lei da Polícia da Zâmbia, no seu capítulo 107, criou a Unidade de Apoio às Vítimas, cuja função é investigar e prestar assistência às vítimas de violência baseada no gênero, a maioria das quais são mulheres e crianças. Os relatórios indicam que poucas vítimas de violência no gênero se sentem confiantes para denunciar casos ou procurar ajuda. Cerca de 58,3% das raparigas e adolescentes com idades compreendidas entre os 15 e 19 anos nunca procuraram ajuda ou contaram a alguém, em comparação com 26,7% que procuraram ajuda para pôr termo à violência. Como é que o governo da Zâmbia está a considerar resolver este problema? Apesar de todas as medidas tomadas pelo Estado parte ao longo dos anos, como o aumento de sanções penais, a formação de agentes da lei e funcionários judiciais, incluindo a sensibilização do público, as taxas de violência baseada no gênero estão a aumentar no país. 30.000 casos até o terceiro trimestre de 2022, em relação a 20.540 em 2021. Portanto, há aqui um aumento significativo. Como pode a delegação explicar a situação acima referenciada? Será que existem medidas legislativas específicas para prevenir e combater violência doméstica? E a violação conjugal é criminalizada no Código Penal da Zâmbia? Foram adotadas medidas legislativas específicas ou outras para garantir o acesso dessas mulheres à justiça, especialmente em caso de violência sexual e doméstica? Se sim, convidamos a delegação a fornecer mais pormenores. Alguém tem formas de reabilitação e reparação disponíveis para sobreviventes de violência sexual? Os relatórios indicam que os cidadãos zambianos e pessoas de países vizinhos, especialmente mulheres e crianças, estão a ser traficados para trabalhos forçados, exploração sexual e servidão doméstica. A lei contra o tráfico de seres humanos inclui medidas específicas de prevenção e de luta contra o tráfico de mulheres e de proteção das mulheres vítimas. O governo da Zâmbia tem algum estudo realizado sobre o problema do tráfico, em especial de mulheres e raparigas nas zonas rurais para as zonas urbanas, para a realização de trabalho doméstico barato, a fim de compreender o contexto, os autores e as vítimas, as idades afetadas, os distritos e as províncias onde essa prática é acentuada? Estamos aqui, caríssimos ilustres membros da delegação, a falar de dados desagregados sobre questões relacionadas com tráfico de mulheres e crianças. O Estado-parte tem um sistema jurídico dualista que consiste no direito legal e no direito consuetudinário. Quais são as salvaguardas ou garantias existentes para o pleno respeito dos direitos da mulher no âmbito do direito consuetudinário? Em várias partes do continente, os casos de mutilação genital feminina, de violência doméstica e outras práticas tradicionais tiveram um aumento significativo no contexto da pandemia de Covid. Qual foi a experiência da Zâmbia nesse período e que lições pode partilhar com a Comissão a respeito? Pode a delegação fornecer mais informação à Comissão sobre a prevalência de práticas tradicionais, culturais e nocivas, incluindo a mutilação genital feminina, e os esforços do governo para combatê-las? A Zâmbia pratica também um sistema dualista, pelo que existem dois tipos de casamento: o casamento de direito consuetudinário e o casamento de direito legal. O artigo 7º, a linha D da Constituição retificada da Zâmbia, reconhece o direito consuetudinário desde que esteja compatível com a Constituição. Há uma idade mínima de consentimento para casar ao abrigo do direito consuetudinário na Zâmbia? Os dados nacionais atuais indicam que a Zâmbia tem uma das taxas mais elevadas de prevalência de casamentos infantis a nível mundial, com 29% das raparigas casadas antes dos 18 anos e 5% casadas antes dos 15 anos. Que medidas estão a ser tomadas para garantir que o artigo 17 da Lei do Casamento não sirva de brecha para as raparigas se casarem na mais terna idade com o consentimento dos pais? O governo da Zâmbia assumiu compromissos no âmbito da estratégia para acabar com o casamento infantil em 2016, para alcançar uma redução de 30% nesse casamento infantil até 2021. Quais são as principais realizações dessa estratégia? As organizações da sociedade civil afirmam que a prática tradicional do pagamento do lobola, o dote, aos pais da noiva pode constituir uma das formas de casamento infantil e ou forçado. A delegação pode fornecer informações sobre esta alegação acima referida? O governo da Zâmbia também é convidado a explicar se a partilha equitativa dos bens matrimoniais a quando da dissolução do casamento está consagrada na legislação zambiana. O parágrafo 506 do relatório indica que o Estado-parte criou um quadro institucional para melhorar o acesso das mulheres à justiça. Existem medidas, programas e políticas específicas a respeito? E quais são as principais realizações que foram feitas? Existem medidas específicas adotadas ou consideradas na Política Nacional de Assistência Jurídica de 2018 e do Conselho de Assistência Jurídica para melhorar os serviços jurídicos gratuitos para as mulheres? pode a delegação pronunciar-se sobre o papel da unidade de combate aos crimes baseados no gênero, especialmente no que diz respeito à melhoria do acesso das mulheres à justiça? Sobre a participação nos processos políticos e tomada de decisão, o artigo 29 da Lei da Igualdade e Equidade entre Homens e Mulheres prevê que na Zâmbia as mulheres têm condições de igualdade com os homens, o mesmo direito de votar nas eleições e nos referendos, participar nas decisões públicas, exercer cargos públicos e representar o governo a nível internacional. No entanto, os relatórios indicam que, na prática, a representação das mulheres no setor de liderança e tomada de decisões, como a política, a administração pública, setor privado e organizações sem fins lucrativos, continua muito baixa. E que a participação e representação das mulheres em 2021 permaneceram abaixo dos padrões internacionais e regionais. Pode a delegação fornecer mais informações sobre esta situação? O parágrafo 3 do artigo 10 do Protocolo de Maputo prevê que os Estados-partes devem tomar medidas necessárias para reduzir significativamente as despesas militares a favor do desenvolvimento social em geral e da promoção das mulheres em particular. Que medidas o governo da Zâmbia tem tomado para implementar este artigo? A delegação é convidada a fornecer dados sobre a percentagem de raparigas nos diferentes níveis de ensino, apesar de o colega dos direitos da ECOSOC também venha colocar esta questão. Senhora Presidente, tendo ultrapassado 1 minuto a respeito do tempo que me foi conferido, vou passar para uma das últimas questões, que é a proteção das mulheres em perigo. Pode a delegação fornecer informações sobre a situação das mulheres presas e proteção proporcionada às mulheres na prisão, especialmente as grávidas e as que amamentam? De um modo geral, senhora Presidente, são as perguntas que nós tínhamos para colocar à delegação da Zâmbia, que poderão ser complementadas quando enviarmos perguntas escritas à ilustre delegação, e muito obrigada pelo tempo que foi dispensado.
Je vous remercie, commissaire Manuela, d'avoir pris en charge les questions relatives au protocole de Maputo. Sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole au commissaire Derso pour poser les différentes questions relatives à son mécanisme. Merci. Vous avez 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. A very good morning to all of you, colleagues, members of the Commission, distinguished delegates, staff of the Secretariat, and interpreters. I would like to join my colleagues in thanking the delegation of Zambia for presenting their state reporting under Article 62 of the Charter and Article 26 of the Maputo Protocol. I would like to start by observing that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights adopted state reporting guidelines relating to Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. These state reporting guidelines relate to the Commission's mechanism on extractive industries, environment, and human rights violations in Africa. The first question that I have to the delegation of Zambia is the effort that has been made by the delegation to make use of and provide information in accordance with the guidelines provided in relation to Article 21 and 24 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Of course, this assumes that the colleagues who prepared the report are aware of and know about the state reporting guidelines and principles on Articles 21 and 24 of the African Charter. Having said that, I would like to also note that, and indeed note this with appreciation, that you have provided relatively more comprehensive details in relation to the collective rights of peoples under Article 19 to 24 of the Charter. That outlines constitutional provisions, legislative measures, as well as other administrative steps taken. and I commend you also for actually informing the Commission the challenge that you face in respect of the different areas. With respect to the extractive industries, you have indicated, for example, the fact that local communities are not benefiting from the extractive processes that are happening in their environment. One thing that I would like to start off in the light of, to build on this, in the light of the state reporting guidelines, is whether there are legal guarantees that require and guarantee that local communities are provided with adequate opportunities for full participation in the various stages of the launch and operation of extractive industries. Participation is a prerequisite for ensuring that the voices of local communities are adequately incorporated into the licensing and contractual processes when concessions are made, but also to ensure that those companies, extractive companies, actually operate within certain parameters that are respectful of the rights of local communities, including those relating to land and the use of resources relating to land, the possibility of benefiting from, not the possibility, actually the right to benefit from the revenues that are produced from the extraction process, and to be protected from environmental spoliation and degradation. In this respect, we would like to get detailed information on the kind of guarantees that are provided as far as participation is concerned. Recently, myself, together with my colleagues from other mechanisms, have sent an urgent letter of appeal to the government of Zambia in relation to the eviction of the Kasima community in Mongu district in Zambia. This is as a result of the government of Zambia's decision for Western Water and Sewerage Company for drilling water for commercial purposes. And the urgent letter actually highlights the resultant homelessness and displacement to which this community of the Kasima are subjected to. If you look at Article 21 of the African Charter, paragraph 2, clearly stipulates protection against eviction and against displacement of this kind. And we would like to get information and your feedback about this urgent letter of appeal that the commission communicated to you, and within that framework to provide us details of the kind of legal guarantees that are provided under Zambian law against arbitrary expropriation of land, and when land is expropriated in the public interest, the kind of procedures that need to be applied, including free, informed, and prior consent, as well as adequate, effective, full compensation, along with rehabilitation and resettlement support packages. And in this respect, is there any plan in place in order to provide compensation, effective, full, to the Kasima community, and to provide rehabilitation and resettlement support for the communities? In relation to the extractive industry sector, we would like to get information from Zambia, knowing that Zambia depends a great deal on extractive industry sector for its economy. What is the percentage that the extractive industries contribute to the GDP of Zambia? We would also like to know whether or not, as far as transparency requirements are concerned, whether there is a requirement in Zambian legislation or law that demands that the public is fully informed of all the revenues that are obtained from extractive industries, and the government reports fully to Parliament and subject itself to scrutiny to Parliament as far as the receipt and implementation of revenues is concerned. What are the legal measures in place for addressing corruption in the extractive industry sector, knowing that this is a sector that is susceptible to corruption? And the measures that are taken also to protect Zambia from illicit financial flows. Again, it's worth mentioning in this respect that according to UNCTAD report recently, the extractive industries is a major sector responsible for illicit financial flows from the continent. We would like to know about this. Additionally, with respect to transparency measures, whether there is legislation and legal requirement that is enforceable under the national courts of Zambia that demand extractive companies to publicize the profits that they make fully in Zambia. We would also like to know about the kind of measures that are put in place by Zambia as far as environmental protection is concerned. I would like to start by saying whether there is a requirement, for example, for undertaking environmental impact assessment, and what are the procedures for undertaking environmental impact assessment, including for ensuring the participation of potentially affected communities, for ensuring that civil society organizations also participate in the environmental impact assessment. But beyond environmental impact assessment, whether there is a requirement also for human rights and social impact assessments that are necessary in the granting of licenses, but also in the course of the operation of extractive industries. With respect to regulatory mechanisms, we would like to know whether the state agencies responsible for monitoring and regulating the operation of extractive industries relating to environmental regulations, labor regulations, fiscal regulations, whether they have effective capacity and the necessary authority to enforce the relevant laws and regulations, as well as the terms of licenses against extractive companies, whether there are any cases that were brought before the national courts of Zambia against any extractive industries that forced the extractive industries to make the necessary administrative and financial payments for failing to comply with these regulations, whether there are bilateral investment agreements that exclude the jurisdiction of national courts from adjudicating cases against extractive companies. We would also like to know, in relation to the environment, again, whether there are judicial and non-judicial grievance mechanisms that are put in place and that effectively work in order to address the operation of extractive industries often leads to environmental issues of various kinds, whether spoliation of water resources, whether spoliation of land and agricultural systems. And we would like to get specific reports in this respect. Finally, I would like to request in relation to the conditions of marginalized groups, particularly women, and the participation and the space that is given to women in the various stages of the decision-making process in relation to the granting of licenses and the monitoring of the operation of extractive industries. These are the questions from my side. I thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Derso, pour vos questions. Sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole au commissaire Hatem pour intervenir par rapport à votre mécanisme, la torture. Vous avez 7 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je souhaiterais d'abord souhaiter la bienvenue à Monsieur le ministre et la délégation qui l'accompagne et je les remercie pour l'excellente présentation de leur rapport. Alors, s'agissant du mécanisme, c'est-à-dire des questions relatives à la prévention de la torture, d'abord, je tiens à souligner que l'article 5 de la Constitution bien interdit le fait de soumettre une personne à la torture ou à des peines inhumaines ou dégradantes. En outre, l'article 8, 1D, qui fait que la dignité humaine fait partie des valeurs et des principes nationaux. Et la Commission, tout en prenant note des diverses mesures mises en place en Zambie pour traiter la question de la torture, telle qu'elle figure dans le rapport qui nous a été présenté, dans différents contextes, pendant la détention, au sein des établissements d'enseignement, etc., la Commission invite l'honorable délégation à donner des précisions sur les mesures prises pour accélérer l'adoption de la loi contre la torture. Quels sont les délais pour son adoption et les principaux défis qui menacent cette adoption? Le projet de loi contre la torture traite-t-il de l'irrecevabilité des preuves obtenues sous la torture et de l'interdiction d'extrader un suspect vers un pays où il risque d'être torturé? Alors, un deuxième volet a trait à la prévention de la torture. Nous souhaiterons savoir si le gouvernement zambien envisage de ratifier le protocole facultatif à la Convention contre la torture et les autres peines, traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants. Outre la Commission des droits de l'homme, existe-t-il en Zambie d'autres mécanismes ou organismes qui œuvrent à la prévention de la torture? Et l'État partie veille-t-il à ce que les ressources humaines, matérielles et financières mises à la disposition de la Commission des droits de l'homme lui permettent de s'acquitter efficacement de son mandat? Enfin, toujours dans ce volet de la prévention de la torture, quelles sont les principales recommandations présentées par la Commission des droits de l'homme aux autorités zambiennes compétentes à la suite de ces visites dans les centres de détention? Je voudrais ensuite passer aux questions relatives aux enquêtes et aux poursuites dans les cas de torture. Alors, la Commission prend note d'abord de l'intégration, de la sensibilisation aux droits de l'homme dans la formation des fonctionnaires de police et du personnel des services correctionnels. C'est cité dans le paragraphe 52 du rapport. Mais toutefois, dans son étude sur la situation des droits de l'homme pour la période 2017-2018, la Commission des droits de l'homme de Zambie a constaté que plus de 50% des personnes ayant eu des contacts avec des agents des forces de l'ordre dans le cadre d'enquêtes, d'arrestations et de comparutions devant les tribunaux ont déclaré avoir été torturés ou avoir subi des peines ou des traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants. La plupart de ces affaires n'avaient pas été signalées aux autorités compétentes pour une réparation appropriée. Alors, nous invitons l'honorable délégation à donner des précisions et à fournir des informations sur la situation submentionnée qui constitue une véritable source de préoccupation. Outre les efforts de formation, existe-t-il des mesures complémentaires à envisager pour sensibiliser les agents des services de répression à la situation décrite ci-dessus? Et dans ce même cadre, existe-t-il des mesures spécifiques pour garantir une assistance judiciaire gratuite aux victimes de torture ou des initiatives connexes? Et dans toujours le même aspect d'assistance aux victimes, nous souhaiterions savoir dans quelle mesure le projet de loi contre la torture consacre-t-il le droit à la réadaptation des victimes de la torture en Zambie, y compris les services médicaux et psychologiques, les services sociaux ou l'assistance communautaire, conformément à la résolution de notre commission numéro 303 de 2015. Voilà, Madame la Présidente. Encore mes salutations à Monsieur le ministre de la délégation et je rends la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le commissaire Khatem. Sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole à la commissaire Marie-Louise Abomo pour la présentation de ces questions relatives à son mécanisme. Je vous remercie de me passer la parole, Madame la vice-présidente. Je présente mes respects à tous les participants et particulièrement à la distinguée délégation de la République de Zambie. S'agissant des droits des personnes vulnérables, dont s'occupe mon groupe de travail, la Commission salue les avancées opérées par la République de Zambie s'agissant des personnes handicapées. Elle prend note du cadre juridique pour la promotion et la protection des droits des personnes handicapées et relève en particulier la loi sur les personnes handicapées et la politique nationale sur le handicap. Cependant, le rapport lui-même indique que ces droits et garanties juridiques ne sont pas aussi bien connus qu'ils devraient l'être par les personnes handicapées. Alors, quelles sont les actions ou les plans mis en place pour remédier à cette situation pour l'ensemble de la population vivant en Zambie et en particulier pour les personnes handicapées? Par ailleurs, la délégation est invitée à fournir les résultats de l'enquête entreprise en 2015 sur les personnes handicapées et évoquée au paragraphe intitulé, je cite, « Autres mesures » situé entre le paragraphe 282 et le paragraphe 283 du rapport. De même, compte tenu des efforts et des mesures déjà en cours en Zambie en faveur des personnes handicapées, évoqués aux articles 273 et suivants du rapport, quels sont les obstacles identifiés à la ratification du protocole à la Charte africaine relatif aux droits des personnes handicapées en Afrique? Cela étant, s'agissant des aménagements raisonnables pour les personnes handicapées, en particulier en ce qui concerne l'accessibilité aux bâtiments et aux espaces publics évoqués au paragraphe 275, la Commission souhaitera entendre la délégation sur les plus importantes de ces mesures, le cas échéant. Sur un autre plan, la Commission note que la législation nationale zambienne interdit la discrimination à l'égard des personnes handicapées. Je cite l'article 6, alinéa 1er de la loi sur les personnes handicapées au paragraphe 268. Cependant, la Commission note que le Code de procédure pénale utilise des termes qui portent atteinte à la dignité des personnes handicapées, par exemple faible d'esprit, ce qui est contraire à la Constitution en son article 23 et aux dispositions de la loi numéro 6 2012 sur les personnes handicapées. Alors, le gouvernement zambien envisage-t-il de modifier le Code de procédure pénale, les articles 160 et 166 pour remédier à cette situation? Par ailleurs, existe-t-il des mesures spécifiques favorisant l'accès à la justice et les réparations pour les victimes de formes multiples et croisées de discrimination fondées sur le handicap? Et enfin, la Commission voudrait savoir quels mécanismes et moyens spécifiques ont été mis en place en Zambie pour garantir que les personnes handicapées participent à l'élaboration de toutes les initiatives visant à promouvoir et à protéger leurs droits. S'agissant des personnes âgées, la Commission prend note des mesures prises en faveur de ces personnes, le régime de pension et de retraite, les maisons de retraite au paragraphe 282 à 285. Cependant, la délégation est invitée à fournir des statistiques ventilées sur les personnes âgées dans le pays. Par ailleurs, compte tenu des efforts et des mesures déjà en cours pour ces personnes, quels sont les obstacles identifiés à la ratification du protocole à la Charte relative aux personnes âgées? Pourquoi les personnes âgées ne bénéficient-elles pas d'une couverture médicale universelle et gratuite en Zambie? Nous avons noté que seules les consultations sont couvertes. Par ailleurs, le rapport périodique à l'examen indique que les personnes âgées sont parfois victimes de stéréotypes nuisibles et de préjugés hostiles qui entraînent une discrimination liée à l'âge et aux violences aggravées. C'est dit au paragraphe 286. De même, le rapport indique que 78% des ménages dirigés par des personnes âgées
de plus de 60 ans et plus se situent en dessous du seuil de pauvreté, paragraphe 287. Aussi, quelles sont les mesures concrètes prises pour relever les défis susmentionnés? Par ailleurs, la délégation est invitée à apporter des précisions sur la politique nationale sur le vieillissement de 2015, ses priorités et ses défis. Et enfin, la délégation peut-elle indiquer dans quelle mesure les politiques sociales existantes, telles que le Social Cash Transfer Scheme ou le Public Welfare Assistance Programme, ciblent spécifiquement les personnes âgées? Existe-t-il des chiffres pertinents? Madame le Président, j'en ai terminé avec mes questions. Je remercie la République de Zambie en espérant les compter parmi les pays ayant ratifié très prochainement les 2 protocoles qui concernent notre groupe de travail. J'en ai terminé.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Marie-Louise Abomo. Je vais donner la parole à la commissaire Manuela qui va nous présenter les questions relatives au groupe de travail sur la peine de mort, les exécutions extrajudiciaires sommaires ou arbitraires et les disparitions forcées en Afrique. Vous avez la parole. Et nous irons ensuite à une pause café.
Obrigada, senhora presidente. Mais uma vez dirijo-me a esta augusta delegação e aos presentes nesta sala para colocar as questões do grupo de trabalho referenciado pela senhora vice-presidente. A comissão felicita mais uma vez o país pela abolição da pena de morte através da adoção da lei a 23 de dezembro do ano transato, que alterou o Código Penal a respeito dessa pena e para garantir o respeito pelo direito à vida. Entretanto, a Zâmbia ainda não ratificou o 2º protocolo facultativo relativo à Convenção Internacional sobre os Direitos Civis e Políticos, com o mesmo objetivo, que é a abolição da pena de morte. Será que o governo da Zâmbia está a considerar a ratificação do 2º protocolo? A esse respeito, estão sendo tomadas algumas medidas. Na sequência da abolição da pena de morte, o governo da Zâmbia tomou medidas para reduzir as penas de morte contra indivíduos que estavam no corredor da morte, para penas mais leves. Será que essas normas aplicam-se a indivíduos que foram processados ou condenados antes da entrada em vigor da reforma, portanto, do Código Penal? A delegação é convidada a fornecer informações sobre quaisquer outras medidas de implementação adotadas pelo governo para dar cumprimento às disposições da nova lei de alteração ao Código Penal e relativas ao direito à vida. Também estão a ser enviados esforços para a adoção de um protocolo à Carta Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos relativo à abolição da pena de morte. A nossa pergunta vai no sentido de saber se a Zâmbia vai apoiar e participar desse esforço. Existem alegações de vários assassinatos ilegais e arbitrários cometidos na Zâmbia por membros das forças de segurança, apesar da legislação nacional proteger o direito à vida. Convidamos a delegação a pronunciar-se sobre essa alegação, nomeadamente no que diz respeito às investigações levadas a cabo para o efeito e as sanções, caso tenham sido aplicadas algumas. Em relação aos desaparecimentos forçados, a Zâmbia ratificou a Convenção Internacional para a Proteção de Todas as Pessoas contra o Desaparecimento Forçado em abril de 2011. Prevê o Estado zambiano efetuar declarações previstas nos artigos 31 e 32 da Convenção relativas às comunicações pessoais e entre Estados. Está também o governo da Zâmbia a considerar a adoção de uma lei abrangente sobre os desaparecimentos forçados. A Comissão adotou recentemente diretrizes sobre a proteção de todas as pessoas contra os desaparecimentos forçados em África. O governo da Zâmbia está ciente deste documento e estará a ponderar a aplicação de medidas para a sua divulgação. E expôs, senhora Presidente, as perguntas que nós tínhamos para a ilustre delegação da Zâmbia neste mecanismo sobre pena de morte. Muito obrigada.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Manuela, d'avoir pris en charge les questions du mécanisme du commissaire Idrissa Sow. Alors, comme je l'avais annoncé précédemment, et j'invite également tous les délégués à la pause café, mais qui ne sera que d'1 quart d'heure, car nous devons revenir. Il y a encore 6 mécanismes qui doivent présenter leurs questions. Et à partir de midi, nous avons également la présentation du rapport de la commissaire. J'informe également la délégation de la Zambie que nous prenons 1 quart d'heure pour pause café. Nous reviendrons pour la suite des questions. Merci. Mesdames et messieurs, prenez place, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons reprendre nos travaux. Nous reprenons les travaux. Secrétariat, vous êtes là? Oui. Alors, je voulais juste vous informer qu'avant même de reprendre les différentes questions qui doivent être posées à la délégation de la Zambie, nous allons accorder un droit de réponse à la délégation d'Égypte. Oui, très rapidement, vous avez la parole.
Honorable Commissioner, Vice Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me the floor and allow me to make some clarification. First, the political developments that have taken place in Egypt over the course of the past years is reflecting the free will of the Egyptian people and is an expression of their aspiration. It is to be noted that events unfolding in the region confirm with every passing day the accuracy of Egypt's assessment. They bear out Egypt's prior warnings regarding the proliferation of extremist ideologies across borders in the region and beyond other countries. Egypt has regained its national unity, which witnessed attempts to fragment and undermine it. Secondly, Egypt adopted a comprehensive approach to the promotion of human rights and fundamental freedoms, as it has been able to achieve remarkable progress in the promotion of civil and political rights and fundamental freedoms. The culminated in the launch of the first national human rights strategy under the auspices of President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, a purely national initiative that came about after extensive consultation with civil society organizations. My delegation handed over the Commission a copy of its annual report, the National Human Rights Strategy, 1 year of implementation, at the beginning of the 75th session of ACHPR. Egypt has taken firm steps to promote the right to freedom of religion and belief and to uphold the values of citizenship, tolerance, and dialogue. Additionally, it is worthy to refer to the achievements made to empowerment and protect women from discrimination, violent crimes, and harassment in the light of the importance that the Egyptian state attaches to the promotion of human rights and women's rights. Efforts were also made by the government to ensure citizens' enjoyment to their economic, social, and cultural rights. This comes within the framework of a comprehensive national development strategies embodied in Egypt's 2030 vision for the provision of adequate housing, infrastructure, the extension and development of water sources, sanitation, electricity, and road networks, and the improvement of health and education systems. The provisions of basic social services, integrated social protection programs, and the economic empowerment of citizens without discrimination is all being done through several important initiatives. Among these initiatives are the Decent Life, Solidarity and Dignity, and 100 Million Health initiatives. The promotion of human rights is a cumulative and continuous process, as no country can claim to have reached its end or attained its completion. This is in addition to the absence of a unified pattern that everyone can follow. Each country sets its priorities and the means to deal with any challenges it faces in the light of different reality and circumstances that confront it. Human rights issues should be addressed with precision, and the use of incorrect information that is unsubstantiated in order to achieve goals that have nothing to do with the promotion of human rights should be avoided. Let me conclude by stressing that Egypt is keen to enhance human rights and is making unremitting efforts to achieve this in a framework of respect of the principles of citizenship and the rule of law. I reiterate once again the Egypt's government's firm conviction in the importance of the ACHPR and its activities in contributing to the enhancement of human rights system in Africa, and encourage the Commission to continue its valuable efforts in this regard. I equally reassure to the Commission the support of Egypt and openness to cooperate to this end. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup au représentant de la République arabe d'Égypte pour avoir exercé son droit de réponse. Je pense que ceux qui vous ont interpellé ont dû prendre note. La Commission a pris note également de toutes ces évolutions en ce qui concerne l'approche droits de l'homme évoquée par le représentant d'Égypte. Merci beaucoup. Alors, nous allons retourner aux questions des mécanismes spéciaux à l'endroit de la délégation de la Zambie, après avoir présenté son rapport. Sans plus tarder, je vais demander à la commissaire Manuela de présenter ces questions dans le cadre de son mécanisme sur les prisons. Vous avez 7 minutes.
Muito obrigada, senhora Presidente. Vou sim aproveitar os 7 minutos para apresentar as questões relativas ao meu mecanismo. Na Zâmbia, a igualdade de acesso à justiça e o direito a um processo equitativo são garantidos pelo artigo 18 da Constituição. A Comissão toma nota dos esforços de expansão progressiva desde 2017, dos centros de detenção existentes e a construção de outros. Congratula-se também com a instalação de mini-hospitais por rastreio de doenças contagiosas, nomeadamente o HIV, a tuberculose, em algumas das instalações do país, a modernização de 24 clínicas nas 10 províncias para serviços prisionais. Na Zâmbia, a Comissão de Direitos Humanos tem acesso ilimitado às prisões e investiga casos de violência contra prisioneiros, efetua uma fiscalização regular dos centros de detenção e avalia as condições em que os detidos são mantidos. Neste contexto, a Comissão de Direitos Humanos informou que 75% dos presos entrevistados não tiveram uma representação legal durante o julgamento. As prisões estavam sobrelotadas em cerca de 300% e as condições continuavam a ser más e não eram compatíveis com as regras de Mandela. A delegação é convidada a apresentar estatísticas desagregadas e atualizadas sobre a população prisional, bem como a taxa de ocupação das prisões dos centros do país. Quais os regimes de assistência nas várias fases processuais, tanto durante a detenção, durante a prisão preventiva e na fase de condenação? Convidamos também a delegação a partilhar informações sobre a Política Nacional de Assistência Jurídica, de 2018, com especial destaque para os desafios enfrentados a este respeito, fruto do trabalho dos guichês de assistência e serviços jurídicos. Convidamos também a delegação a pronunciar-se sobre o sistema relacionado com as medidas concretas adotadas para melhorar a concessão de cauções e fianças a favor dos arguidos, a fim de reduzir o número de pessoas em prisão preventiva nos centros de detenção, e, com isto, fazer face à sobrelotação nas prisões. Será que na Zâmbia existem outras penas alternativas e não privativas de liberdade que sejam eficazes? Principalmente para infrações menores, que na maioria dos casos apenas criminalizam a pobreza e em que a privação de liberdade possa ser o último recurso. No que diz respeito à formação dos agentes em matéria de direitos humanos e de responsabilidade penal, em caso de má conduta, há outros instrumentos adotados pela Comissão, como as diretrizes de Luanda, as diretrizes sobre policiamento de assembleias, reuniões e as regras de Mandela. Todos esses instrumentos estão integrados nos programas de formação, e se não há alguma intenção de integrá-las. O relatório informa sobre o aumento do número de paralegais formados e sobre a introdução de gabinetes de paralegais em estabelecimentos prisionais e em esquadras de polícia selecionadas. Convidamos a delegação a esclarecer em que medida e de que forma a introdução destes paralegais contribuiu para melhorar o desempenho da polícia e as suas relações com o cidadão. Será que existe informação suficiente da existência desses serviços para que o cidadão que deles necessite possa aceder aos mesmos? A Comissão congratula o Estado da Zâmbia pela adoção da Lei 18 relativa à Comissão de Queixas Públicas contra a Polícia e que prevê a composição, as funções, o funcionamento e a gestão financeira da Comissão de Queixas Públicas contra a Polícia, bem como os respectivos procedimentos para a apresentação e investigação de queixas contra atos da polícia a que a Comissão está mandatada a tratar. Ora, face a isto, convidamos a delegação a partilhar quaisquer dados estatísticos relacionados com a aplicação da medida acima referida, mais concretamente no que diz respeito ao número de queixas recebidas, a eficácia do tratamento dessas queixas e o nível ou o volume de reparação concedidas às partes interessadas. Existe algum mecanismo de proteção estabelecido para os cidadãos que apresentem queixas contra a polícia? Isto para evitar a revanche por parte dos policiais que provavelmente possam ser visados. Foram instaurados processos ou aplicadas sanções disciplinares aos agentes públicos por incumprimento dos procedimentos relativos à custódia policial ou à prisão preventiva durante o período em análise? Se existirem dados, convidamos a delegação a partilhar. De acordo com as medidas, com as visitas e os relatórios da Comissão dos Direitos Humanos, foram instaurados processos ou aplicadas sanções disciplinares a agentes públicos por atos de violência contra os prisioneiros ou casos relacionados a isso. Tanto o governo zambiano recebeu relatórios das visitas feitas. Gostaríamos de saber que prosseguimento foi dado às violações que foram denunciadas nesses relatórios. Poderá a estimada delegação fornecer alguns dados estatísticos sobre o percentual de mulheres polícias, o seu recrutamento anual, bem como o acesso à formação em matéria de direitos humanos? Que medidas adotou o governo relativamente à falta de acesso aos serviços de polícia na zona rural? No que diz respeito às condições de vida nos centros de detenção, congratulamos o governo da Zâmbia pelo esforço sobre a melhoria das condições de habitabilidade das prisões, mais concretamente na transformação de centros prisionais em centros de reabilitação. Tanto isto foi reafirmado por Sua Excelência durante o seu discurso de apresentação do relatório. Pois é um progresso e coloca um acento tônico no homem, e isto se refletiu com certeza nas condições higiênicas e sanitárias. Se houver mais informações a partilhar, gostaríamos que isto ocorresse. A Comissão dos Direitos Humanos referiu a situação dos jovens que entraram em conflito com a lei e, por vezes, mantidos nas mesmas zonas que os adultos na prisão, com atrasos no seu encaminhamento para as instituições reformatórias ou na confirmação dos seus despachos. Também percebemos durante o seu discurso, Sr. Ministro, que a idade penal na Zâmbia foi reformada de 8 anos para 12. Será que os menores detidos ou em conflito com a lei têm acesso a programas educativos adequados? Porque nesta faixa etária, os menores devem ter um acompanhamento especial e devem ter acesso à educação e à formação profissional, tal como previsto pelas diretrizes de Luanda e outros instrumentos aprovados tanto pela Comissão Africana como a nível internacional. Em caso afirmativo, se existirem esses programas educativos adequados, é possível partilharmos alguns dados? Expôs, senhora Presidente, tudo quanto tinha em relação ao mecanismo das prisões, condições de detenção e ação policial em África. Muito obrigada.
Merci beaucoup, commissaire Maria-Thérèse Manuela. Sans plus tarder, je vais passer la parole à la commissaire Topsisono Guerisha pour ses questions en sa qualité de rapporteur spécial sur la liberté d'expression et l'accès à l'information en Afrique.
Thank you,
Vous êtes-
Vice Chair. So
Allez-y.
thank you. So I'm intervening as Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information. Reports state that access to information bill is yet to be enacted into law. The delegation is invited to elaborate on this allegation. Has the Republic of Zambia established an independent oversight mechanism to oversee the access to information? The delegation is invited to elaborate on the exceptions on freedom of the press enumerated in Article 23 of the Constitution. Does the state of Zambia have any laws which limit the rights to freedom of expression and access to information? And do existing laws, if any, take into account the principle of justifiable limitations? What are the efforts in place to enhance access to information for people living in remote and rural areas? As regards freedom of expression, in February 2022, a court ruled that the closure of Zambia's most important independent newspaper, The Post, in June 2015 was illegal. The delegation is invited to elaborate on this recent development. According to CSO reports, in 2019, many media, radio and TV stations had their licenses withdrawn. In 2020, one TV channel critical to the government was closed for good. The delegation is invited to provide more information on the above-mentioned allegations. Is the 1953 Defamation Bill Act still in force in Zambia? If so, is the government of Zambia willing to amend this act in order to align it with the recent current standards of freedom of expression? Has any prosecution been conducted during the reporting period under defamation laws? What are the concrete measures taken to ensure better respect for freedom of expression, including on the internet in the context of the elections? As regards media diversity, currently in Zambia, there are 147 radio stations across the country. Further, the state party has licensed 58 licensed TV stations, out of which only 28 are operational. That's as regards paragraph 102 of the report. The delegation is invited to provide details on the media landscape in Zambia, that is, the written press, audiovisual, public, private media, national or the local media. What are the measures taken to guarantee equal access to public advertising revenue for all media without discrimination? As regards the safety of journalists, reports state that no journalist has been detained or threatened by the authorities in Zambia as at end of 2021. Have specific measures been put in place by the state of Zambia to prevent attacks on journalists and other media practitioners, in addition to ensuring investigation of the attacks and prosecution of the perpetrators? The Cybercity and Cybercrimes Act was adopted in March 2021. Reports state that Part 9 of this law criminalizes a number of online features and restricts freedom of expression. Has the state adopted legislation or policy to ensure universal, equitable, affordable, and meaningful access to the internet? And finally, in the light of the fact that internet and social media shutdowns violate the right to freedom of expression and access to information, are there any measures to ensure that the body responsible for regulating the broadcast media refrains from or condemns any internet shutdown? Thank you, Madam Chair. I pass the floor to you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la rapporteure spéciale sur la liberté d'expression, et merci aussi à Madame la vice-présidente pour avoir assuré avec beaucoup de maîtrise la police des débats pendant que nous étions dans une autre activité qui implique la Commission africaine. Je vais maintenant demander au président du groupe de travail sur les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels de présenter ces questions, mais vu le fait qu'il s'agit du ressortissant de la Zambie, ces questions seront prises en charge par l'honorable commissaire Solomon Aele Derso. Pour 7 minutes. Merci.
Thank you, Chair. I am presenting the questions relating to the Working Group on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights on behalf of the chairperson of the Working Group. Zambia ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights in 1978. We would like to get update or clarification on the challenge facing Zambia for the ratification of the optional protocol to the Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. With respect to the right to property, the Commission takes note that the state party's constitution recognizes property rights and protects all individuals against the deprivation of property. How is the government of the Republic of Zambia tackling discriminatory practices inspired by customary laws, which affect the majority of predominantly rural Zambian households, relating to the right to property and access to land, especially for women? The delegation is also requested to elaborate on the concrete action taken under Vision 2030 to ensure that the people of Zambia enjoy the right to property and do so on an equal basis. The delegation is also invited to provide an update on the elaboration of a land policy in Zambia, including having regard to and with due compliance with the standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, both in relation to Article 14 of the Charter, but also Article 21 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. With respect to the right to housing, according to the Zambian National Housing Policy of 2012, housing is a basic social need after food and clothing. As with the other basic needs, adequate housing is a prerequisite to national socio-economic development. This is provided for in paragraph 146 of the state report. In this respect, could the delegation elaborate on the budgetary resources allocated to implementing the right to adequate housing in Zambia? What initiatives have the Zambian authorities taken to combat the problem of precarious housing? What are the guarantees of non-discrimination in access to housing for marginalized populations? What measures have been put in place to ensure the provision of social housing for low-income families and families living in informal settlements? Are there in place housing schemes to cater for the elderly, homeless, and street children? On the right to work under Article 15, Zambia developed the National Employment and Labor Market Policy 2019 to, among other objectives, promote gainful and decent work in all sectors of the economy, according to paragraph 159 of the report. Could the delegation provide statistics on the employment and unemployment rates in Zambia? What is the minimum age for employment in Zambia? Does it correspond to the age of completion of compulsory schooling? What are the government's efforts to address gender-based discrimination and sexual harassment at workplace? Non-adherence of employers, especially mining, agriculture, construction sectors, to working hours, to requirements of safety and health standards, as well as minimum wage law. What is the proportion of informal employment in Zambia, and what measures have been taken by the authorities to extend social protection to the people working in this sector, especially domestic workers? What measures have been taken to protect children, especially those from rural areas, from being subjected to forced labor in urban areas? On Article 16, on the right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, the Commission takes note of the information on the legislative and institutional framework that is provided for the right to health in paragraphs 39 to 48. With regard to the human resources allocated to the health sector, can the delegation provide information and data disaggregated by sex on the number of doctors in hospitals and health facilities and the ratio of health workers per capita? The report informs that Zambia made the 2011 Abuja Declaration targets of allocating at least 15% of annual budget to healthcare by 2015, paragraph 211. The delegation invited to provide updated figures with regard to the proportion of the budget allocated to the health sector during the last year. And indeed, I would like to note that earlier on in the intervention from the distinguished minister, we have been presented with the percentage of the amount that is allocated for 2022. It was lower than 15%, around 8% you mentioned, and for 2023 it's about 10%. But I think it would be good to know what the challenges are that Zambia is facing for not actually dedicating the 15% requirement. With respect to the right to education, the Commission notes that the Education Act under Section 14 recognizes a child's right to free basic education, paragraph 228 of the report. The delegation is requested to provide further information, especially whether secondary education is free, and if not, the amount of fee per year and per student, if you can provide us in US dollars, and whether there are any other hidden costs or expenses that have to be made or incurred for basic education. Is the child registration for school mandatory in Zambia? Are there any sanctions against parents or guardians in case of premeditated non-enrollment of children? What measures are in place to promote schooling, especially for girls, children from vulnerable groups, including the poor, children living in rural areas? What measures are being taken to address the challenge faced in regulating some private schools? Is human rights education part of the school curriculum in Zambia? If yes, up to what level? With respect to the right to economic, social, and cultural development under Article 22, the delegation is invited to elaborate on the National Social Protection Policy of 2014, which aims, among others, at ensuring that vulnerable people have income security to meet basic needs by providing concrete illustrations on measures taken under this framework. What are the main challenges identified with regard to the implementation of the Wide Development Project Zambia 2030, and how is the government of Zambia willing to tackle these challenges? And finally, under the right to development, what measures are being taken by Zambia with respect to, in particular, the extractive industries sector to industrialize and value for purpose of value addition, and indeed in the creation of employment opportunities by for the people of Zambia? Thank you very much, Chair.
Merci beaucoup, Commissaire Derceau, pour la prise en charge de ces questions sur les droits économiques, sociaux et culturels. Je vais maintenant passer la parole à la présidente du groupe de travail sur les populations autochtones, Dr Lita Ogana. 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the floor. I join the commissioners in thanking His Excellency, the Minister for Justice of Zambia and his delegation, and for the very good report that was tabled to us this morning. I stand on existing protocol and would like to first deal with the indigenous population and communities in Africa, and also as the chair of protection of people living with HIV and AIDS, allow me, chairperson, to continue and also deal with that particular working group questions. Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, the Commission notes that the periodic report under review, save for paragraph 150 on legislative measures to protect intellectual property rights, vesting on indigenous folklore and traditional songs, does not contain any other substantial information on issues relating to the rights of indigenous peoples, communities, and minorities in Zambia. May I take this early opportunity, Honorable Minister, to share with you the Commission's definition or understanding of this community so that our questions could be in context. The Commission's criteria for identifying indigenous groups includes the survival of their particular ways of life depending on the recognition of their rights and access to their traditional lands and natural resources. This community suffers from discrimination in that they are considered less developed and less advanced than other dominant groups in society. They often live in inaccessible and often geographically isolated areas and suffer various forms of political and social marginalization. They are often subject to domination and exploitation within political and economic structures that are commonly designed to reflect the interests and activities of the national majority. Honorable Minister, given this background, and since the report does not specifically address the issues of indigenous peoples, we would like to ask the following. Number one, have previous national censuses taken by the government of Zambia captured any statistics on indigenous populations and communities? If so, please specify with disaggregated data. Secondly, in the absence of statistics on indigenous populations and communities, could the delegation provide information on one, how many indigenous populations communities have been identified in Zambia? Secondly, if they include persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. And thirdly, how these two groups are protected by the laws of the Republic of Zambia. Thirdly, as Zambia ratified ILO Convention 169 on Indigenous and Tribal People of 1989. Fourthly, is there a legal or administrative framework that specifically recognizes and protects the rights of indigenous peoples and communities, people belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities, including their right to own, use, control, and manage ancestral lands? And finally, in relation to the above, are there any efforts or initiatives to 1, demarcate and map communal lands, 2, register land titles, whether individually or collectively, 3, adjudicate claims of collective rights to land, territories, and resources? If so, please provide details. Marginalization and discrimination are major difficulties that indigenous people and persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities face in their daily lives. In this regard, as the government of Zambia put in place any laws or measures to raise awareness and redress any injustices or inequalities affecting indigenous communities and people belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities? 2, can the delegation provide information on any plans or programs to ensure free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous communities concerning development projects and or extractive activities affecting them? Thirdly, are there any political quotas for indigenous peoples and or persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities in access to public and other civil service positions to enhance their political participation where appropriate? Thirdly, what strategies are in place to improve access to education for indigenous people as well as access to health facilities and programs? Honorable Minister, I would now, with your permission, proceed to the questions relating to the mandate of the Committee on the Protection of Persons Living with HIV and AIDS, those at risk, vulnerable, and affected by HIV/AIDS in Africa. According to the periodic report, particularly paragraph 56, HIV/AIDS prevalence in Zambia is 13% for the general population and may increase for specific groups. For example, 27% in prisons and correctional services. The Commission recognizes the fact that in spite of its limited resources, the government of Zambia has embarked on a program to mitigate the effects of HIV/AIDS by making available medication to prevent opportunistic infections for people affected with HIV and AIDS. The delegation is therefore invited to provide updated information on the target population of the national awareness and screening campaigns classified by age, gender, and religion. Secondly, to what extent has the National Health Strategic Framework 2017 to 2021 been implemented to combat HIV/AIDS in Zambia? What are the main achievements in this regard? Thirdly, what targeted HIV/AIDS prevention activities for prisons and correctional services have the government implemented under the National AIDS Strategic Framework 2017-2021? And what plan is there to continue the implementation beyond the lifetime of the framework, which ended in 2021? Fourthly, out of the 27% of people with HIV/AIDS in prisons and correctional institutions, can the government provide disaggregated data on men and women? For the people in the reproductive age, that is ages 15 to 49, living with HIV/AIDS in Zambia, UNAIDS indicates, underlines a disproportion between women, that is 14.9%, and men, that is 9.5%, who are HIV positive. The delegation is invited to provide an explanation for the above disproportion. With regard to discrimination against people living with HIV/AIDS, which is prohibited by the legislation in force, the Commission takes note of the case of Stanley Kagaipe and Charles Chokole versus Attorney General 2009, number HL/86 unreported 2011/HP 0818. This appears on paragraph 2007. In this regard, can the Commission be informed how the government is planning to address the negative effects of the stigma faced by persons living with HIV/AIDS, particularly in the education sector? Secondly, are there any legislative or policy measures that prevent and criminalize forced sterilization of people with HIV/AIDS without free, prior, and informed consent in Zambia? With regard to COVID-19 pandemic, which has led to significant changes in health service delivery, health inequalities, and the consequences of these changes have affected various subgroups of people living with HIV and AIDS or at risk of contracting the virus. In this regard, what was the impact of COVID-19 on people living with HIV/AIDS in Zambia? Secondly, as the pandemic affected the provision of health services in the country, including the rollout of antiretroviral drugs to people living with HIV and AIDS. Reports state that some traditional beliefs encourage sexual abuse of minors, pretending that it will aid in or cure diseases such as HIV and AIDS. The government of Zambia is invited to elaborate on the above mentioned allegation. These are duly submitted for your kind attention. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Dr Lita, d'avoir pris en charge les questions sur les populations autochtones et les HIV. Je vais maintenant passer la parole pour le même nombre de minutes, donc 7 minutes, à la rapporteure spéciale sur les réfugiés, la vice-présidente Maya Sarli Fadel. Vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais donc intervenir, comme vous venez de le rappeler, sur des questions relatives aux réfugiés, aux demandeurs d'asile, aux personnes déplacées, aux migrants et aux apatrides en Afrique. Alors, je vais tout d'abord adresser une question générale à la délégation zambienne en ce qui concerne l'article 22 de la Constitution qui prévoit que tout citoyen dispose de la liberté de mouvement. Je dis bien tout citoyen. Alors, je me pose la question de savoir qu'en est-il des autres étrangers qui résident légalement en Zambie, des réfugiés, des migrants et des apatrides? Sont-elles, ces catégories, soumises à des restrictions dans l'exercice de la liberté de circulation? Et à ce titre, je voudrais renvoyer la délégation zambienne à l'observation générale numéro 5 de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples sur la liberté de circulation et le droit de résidence. J'en viens maintenant aux différentes catégories qui utilisent ce que j'appelle très souvent des trajectoires migratoires. Tout d'abord, une remarque, c'est que dans votre rapport, il n'y a aucun développement sur les réfugiés, les demandeurs d'asile, les migrants, les déplacés internes et également les apatrides. Seules quelques références législatives renvoient à certaines catégories. Alors, en ce qui concerne les réfugiés et demandeurs d'asile, le rapport indique que la loi numéro 1 sur les réfugiés de 2017 prévoit la reconnaissance, la protection et le contrôle des réfugiés, y compris leurs droits et responsabilités. C'est ce qui est noté à la page 4 du rapport, en sachant que cette loi sur les réfugiés elle-même est une loi de domestication de deux conventions, la Convention de Genève 51 et celle de l'OUA de 1969. Le rapport indique que la loi sur les réfugiés impose des limites et des restrictions au droit au travail des réfugiés, à l'accès à l'éducation et à la liberté de circulation, et que les réfugiés sont toujours tenus d'obtenir un permis avant de pouvoir exercer un emploi ou étudier dans des établissements secondaires et tertiaires, ainsi que laisser-passer de mobilité pour quitter, par exemple, les campements. Donc, la délégation est invitée à nous donner plus de précisions sur ces restrictions mentionnées. La délégation également est invitée à fournir des statistiques désagrégées sur le nombre de réfugiés et de demandeurs d'asile dans le pays. La Commission prend note des efforts déployés par le gouvernement zambien pour assurer l'enseignement primaire et secondaire dans les camps de réfugiés de Meriba et Mayukwa, tel que précisé au paragraphe 244. Comment le gouvernement zambien envisage-t-il d'appliquer la loi sur les réfugiés de manière à renforcer les droits des réfugiés, notamment les droits économiques et sociaux, et un droit important, notamment le principe de non-refoulement? La délégation est invitée également à fournir des informations sur l'initiative cadre global de réponse à la situation des réfugiés qui vise à promouvoir l'autosuffisance et des moyens de subsistance durables parmi les réfugiés dans le pays. La loi de 2017 sur les réfugiés traite-t-elle des questions relatives au refus d'enregistrement ou à la lenteur du processus de détermination du statut de réfugié pour les demandeurs d'asile? La délégation est également invitée à donner des précisions sur la concrétisation de l'engagement du ministère de l'Intérieur de veiller à ce que tous les enfants de moins de 18 ans nés en Zambie, les réfugiés ayant des besoins spéciaux et les personnes âgées de 60 ans et plus reçoivent des permis de séjour sans sélection rigoureuse. En ce qui concerne les personnes déplacées internes, la Commission note que le rapport examiné n'aborde pas la question des personnes déplacées à l'intérieur de la Zambie, alors que la Zambie a ratifié en janvier, notamment le 4 janvier 2011, la Convention de Kampala. La Commission demande donc des informations sur la non-inclusion d'une partie C dans le rapport périodique consacré à la mise en œuvre de la Convention de Kampala, et ce, conformément à l'article 14, alinéa 4, qui impose aux États de rendre compte de la mise en œuvre de la dite Convention. La Commission demande également des informations actualisées sur les personnes déplacées à l'intérieur de la Zambie, donc des statistiques ventillées par âge, par sexe, mesures de prise en charge, etc. Nous voudrions également avoir quelques informations supplémentaires, même si cela ne fait pas partie de la période analysée. En 2021, il y a eu, en ce qui concerne des réfugiés, là je reviens aux réfugiés, un rapatriement volontaire de milliers de réfugiés de la République démocratique du Congo qui étaient en Zambie. Qu'en est-il? Est-ce que ces opérations de rapatriement volontaire ont pris fin? En ce qui concerne la question des migrants, la Commission demande des informations actualisées sur les migrants en Zambie. Nous n'avons aucune information sur l'existence de ces migrants, alors que nous savons que la Zambie constitue également aussi bien un territoire de départ, de transit et également de destination. Le gouvernement zambien envisage-t-il la ratification de la Convention internationale sur la protection des droits de tous les travailleurs migrants et des membres de leur famille? La délégation est également invitée à donner des précisions sur la politique nationale de migration de 2022, qui n'est pas mentionnée dans le rapport, et cela bien sûr en raison du fait que ce rapport ne couvre que la période de 2015 à 2005. La Commission des droits de l'homme de Zambie a indiqué qu'à la fin de 2022, 1274 migrants étaient détenus dans le pays et que 390 d'entre eux avaient déjà été condamnés pour entrée illégale sur le territoire. Quelles sont les garanties de traitement humain des migrants prévues par la loi sur l'immigration et l'expulsion? Quelles sont les mesures concrètes et spécifiques visant à prévenir et à lutter contre la discrimination à l'égard des migrants en Zambie? Y a-t-il eu à cet égard des cas de poursuite ou de condamnation par la justice zambienne au cours de la période examinée? En ce qui concerne la question de l'apatridie, existe-t-il une législation qui traite des questions relatives à l'apatridie en Zambie? Les autorités zambiennes délivrent-elles des documents d'identification aux apatrides afin qu'ils puissent bénéficier des services publics? Le rapport indique que la loi sur les passeports, numéro 28 de 2016, prévoit la délivrance d'un document de voyage à une personne apatride. La délégation est invitée à nous fournir de plus amples informations sur cette mesure. Enfin, lors de la réunion de haut niveau en octobre 2019 concernant l'apatridie et relative à la campagne I Belong 2014-2024, la Zambie a pris à peu près, je dirais, 5 engagements importants. Parmi ces engagements, il était question que d'ici 2020, il y ait une adhésion de la République de Gambie à la Convention sur le statut notamment d'apatridie. Il y avait également 3 autres engagements très importants qui concernaient une action commune, notamment la mise en place d'un plan d'action concernant l'éradication de l'apatridie, et ce, à l'horizon 2023. Est-ce que nous pourrions avoir quelques renseignements concernant justement ce projet de plan d'action régional concernant la réduction ou l'élimination de l'apatridie? Je vous remercie.
Merci, Madame la vice-présidente, pour cette question sur son mandat en tant que rapporteur spécial sur les réfugiés. Je vais poser maintenant les questions en ma qualité de rapporteur spécial sur le défenseur des droits de l'homme et point focal sur les représailles. La Commission a pris bonne note et c'est l'article 21.1 de la Constitution de la Zambie garantit à chaque individu la liberté d'association et des réunions des paragraphes 106 et 108 de cet article 21. Le rapport indique que ces dernières années, les libertés de réunion et d'association ont été fortement limitées sous le prétexte de la mise en œuvre de la loi sur l'ordre public. Il est le régime appliqué à la création des associations dans le pays en vertu de la loi sur les sociétés, de la loi sur les organisations non gouvernementales numéro 9 de 2009. S'agit-il d'un système de déclaration ou d'un système d'enregistrement et d'autorisation préalable? La Commission africaine a adopté les lignes directrices sur la liberté d'association et de réunion en Afrique et encourage vivement les États à les utiliser comme guide pour l'élaboration de nouvelles lois sur ces droits. L'État partie a-t-il connaissance de ces lignes directrices? Les lois susmentionnées sont-elles en harmonie avec les lignes directrices? Existe-t-il en Zambie des restrictions à l'accès des associations à des sources de financement extérieures? Le motif de l'incapacité de la police à bien encadrer les événements publics constitue-t-il une raison valable en vertu de la loi de 1955 sur l'ordre public pour s'opposer au droit de réunion en Zambie? La Commission a adopté les lignes directrices pour le maintien de l'ordre par les agents chargés de l'application de lois lors des réunions en Afrique. L'État parti a-t-il connaissance de ces lignes directrices? Le gouvernement zambien envisage-t-il de modifier la loi sur l'ordre public à la lumière des arrêts mentionnés dans le rapport, paragraphes 110, 111, aussi afin d'actualiser ces dispositions conformément aux lignes directrices de la Commission? Autre question, des enquêtes sont-elles menées sur les cas d'excès commis par la police lors des manifestations? Le gouvernement zambien est prié également de fournir des détails sur les activités de sensibilisation et de formation menées au profit des forces de police et autres parties prenantes sur les dispositions nationales et les normes internationales en matière des droits de l'homme relatives aux droits de réunion et pacifiques à la liberté d'association. S'agissant de la protection des défenseurs des droits de l'homme, ceux-ci jouent un rôle crucial dans la promotion et la protection des droits de l'homme. Comme nous le disons souvent à la Commission, ce sont de véritables agents du développement. La question des mesures de protection spécifiques ont-elles été prises pour prévenir les violations contre les défenseurs des droits de l'homme dans le pays? Demandons également à la délégation de nous dire si le gouvernement zambien envisage d'adopter une loi spécifique pour protéger les défenseurs des droits de l'homme. On ne le dira jamais assez, seuls les pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest sont en avance, sont des pionniers dans ce domaine. Il s'agit de la Côte d'Ivoire, du Burkina Faso, du Mali et du Niger. Est-ce que le gouvernement zambien peut-il nous dire s'il envisage de voter également une loi sur la protection des défenseurs des droits de l'homme? Les différents rapports que nous avons compulsés indiquent que de nombreux défenseurs des droits de l'homme critiquent l'égard du gouvernement ont été harcelés dans le contexte des élections de 2021. Alors, la question que nous demandons est celle de savoir si vous pouvez fournir des informations sur les allégations susmentionnées. Je voudrais enfin vous poser la question sur l'accès aux organismes régionaux des droits de l'homme au regard, bien évidemment, des organisations de la société civile. La question est la suivante. Le gouvernement de la Zambie envisage-t-il de faire la déclaration prévue à l'article 34.6 du protocole relatif à la charte africaine, mais je ne pourrai plus vous poser cette question, comme vous avez fait une mise à jour oral de votre discours, vous avez indiqué que le gouvernement de Zambie a bel et bien signé le protocole portant création à la Cour et vous avez fait cette déclaration. Je tiens simplement à vous féliciter pour cette avancée significative dans le renforcement du système judiciaire de protection des droits de l'homme sur le continent africain. Ceci dit, Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre, nous arrivons à la fin des questions de la partie interactive entre les mécanismes spéciaux de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et votre délégation. Il y a un exercice qui nous a permis de demander quelques clarifications par rapport au rapport et par rapport surtout à la mise à jour orale que vous avez faite sur celui-ci au cours de votre présentation. Maintenant, selon les procédures qui sont les nôtres, je vais vous retourner la parole pour que, sur le banc, comme disent les juristes, vous puissiez réagir à chaud par rapport aux questions qui ont été posées. Le but n'est pas d'être exhaustif, le but n'est pas d'être complet dans vos réponses. Si vous souhaitez, nous pouvons vous accorder encore 1 heure pour la journée de demain, qui marque la fin de notre session publique. Et vous pouvez, en ce moment-là, apporter les autres éléments complémentaires pour tâcher d'être un peu plus complet par rapport aux réponses que vous allez apporter. Mais sinon, je vous donnerai la parole. Et demain, quand vous reviendrez, les différents rapporteurs pourront faire leurs observations finales, c'est-à-dire le rapporteur le rapporteur pays et puis la rapporteure sur les droits des femmes en Afrique, ainsi que moi-même, nous pourrons ainsi conclure avec cet exercice. Pour l'instant, je vais vous remettre la parole pour des réponses, en tout cas sur le banc, en attendant les réponses exhaustives. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Commissioners, Your Excellencies. Perhaps as we take the floor, initially, we want to indicate that we'll also be taking the 1 hour that has graciously been given tomorrow. We note, Chair, that the questions that have been given this afternoon, for which we are extremely grateful, and points of clarification that have been sought by the commissioners, were actually in good measure also put forward in advanced questions that we received. And so we'll endeavor to respond very quickly to some of the issues that have been put forward by the commissioners, the honorable commissioners. We would request that we be allowed to respond not specifically in the order that the honorable commissioners put forward, but rather in a chronology that follows the advanced questions that were put forward. Many of the questions that the honorable commissioners have asked this afternoon were, as I mentioned earlier, covered in the advanced questions. Chairperson, we also would like to mention that we are able to give written responses to some of these questions as we come back tomorrow, and we'll be able to submit these if that is acceptable to the Commission, because then would have a little more detail than can be given in a verbal response such as that we'll be giving now. With those few remarks, and with your permission, I would like to then go into some of the responses that we'd like to give orally. Thank you, Chairperson. We'll begin with the clarification, points of clarification and questions relating to the government of the Republic of Zambia considering ratifying international human rights treaties that were listed by the Honorable Commissioner that asked the question in 2 parts. The first part was in relation to the African Union framework, and a list of those particular instruments was given. And secondly, the commissioner, the honorable commissioner, also asked about a set of instruments under the United Nations framework. Our general response is that the state party is considering ratifying the aforementioned international instruments, and consultations with the relevant stakeholders is ongoing in line with the ratification of International Agreements Act number 34 of 2016 of the laws of Zambia. With regard specifically to the second optional protocol to the International Covenant on the Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty, a positive stride was made by Zambia on 23rd December 2022, when His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, signed into law the Penal Code Amendment Bill number 23 of 2022, removing the death penalty as a penal sanction. In short, Honorable Chairperson, Your Excellencies and Commissioners, the political will is in place to see that the death penalty is abolished, and will continue on that tack as the government of the Republic of Zambia. Moving on, Your Excellencies, Chairperson, there was a question regarding to the efforts that have been made in dealing with upgrading or updating, legislation dealing with human rights. Our response in general is that the state party has made significant progress in domesticating international human rights instruments through the following pieces of legislation, which have been mentioned previously in our submission, but for clarity, we repeat: the Children's Code Act number 12 of 2022, the Probation of Offenders Amendment Act number 14 of 2022, the Legal Aid Act number 1 of 2021, the Penal Code Amendment Act number 13 of 2022, the Electoral Process Amendment Act number 32 of 2021, and the Public Gatherings Bill of 2022. These pieces of legislation have been enacted and are available should the Commission require to have sight of them. The next issue we would like to address was the question as to the willingness of the government of the Republic of Zambia to amend the Bill of Rights. And our response is that the state party still intends to amend the Bill of Rights and has continued to engage various stakeholders and cooperating partners to solicit for support to hold a referendum to amend Part 3 of the Constitution in a bid to enhance the Bill of Rights. The state party intends to widen the scope of the Bill of Rights during the implementation of its 8th National Development Plan for the period 2022 to 2026 to include economic, social, and cultural rights. And next, with your indulgence, Chairperson, Your Excellencies, Honorable Commissioners, the question that we'd like to address was that relating to whether there is a multi-sectoral body in Zambia acting as a national mechanism in charge of monitoring the reporting obligations and the implementation, etc., of human rights, regional and international organs. Our response, the state party has established an interministerial structure known as the National Mechanism for Implementation, Reporting and Follow-up in 2022 in line with international best practice. So in short, the response to that question is in the affirmative. The subsequent question or follow-up question was, is there any strategy or national plan currently in place for this, specifically for the promotion and protection of human rights in Zambia? The response, Honorable Chairperson, Your Excellencies, Commissioners, the state party has continued to implement its national human rights policies, especially in the field of economic, social, and cultural rights. As observed, the state party has implemented the following measures: A, free education from pre-primary to secondary school; B, social cash transfer; and C, recruitment of additional health workers and teachers. In addition, girls who fall pregnant whilst in primary or secondary school are permitted to attend school whilst pregnant and to return to school post-delivery. Moving on. The next aspect, we believe, and may I also clarify that we are responding to the general thematic questions that were put forward, both in the written advanced questions and in the oral questions from the committee here. And so we'll speak to the thematic areas specifically that were covered in the particular questions that were put forward. This particular aspect is whether government of the Republic of Zambia can elaborate on the concrete measures that were taken to implement the ACHPR mission recommendations in relation to the abolition of the death penalty. The response of the state party is that the death penalty is no longer applied as a penal sentence. The law to this effect is set out in the Penal Code Amendment Act number 23 of 2022, which was assented to, as I mentioned earlier, on December 23rd of last year. And it substitutes the death penalty with life imprisonment. Additionally, as mentioned in my oral statement earlier, those that were on death penalty have had their sentences commuted, and as such in the country now there is no person that is suffering under the sanction of possible execution by hanging as it was previously. The next question related to the fair treatment of migrants, if I'm not mistaken. And our response as a state party is that currently we have in place guidelines on protection assistance for migrants in Zambia. The guidelines provide as follows, quote, first-line officials and other actors must ensure that nobody is sent to a place where they could face torture or inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment. This includes the obligation to refrain from sending vulnerable migrants in need of protection assistance back to their home country if they could be subject to such acts. Additionally, the return process of vulnerable migrants in need of protection assistance should be carried out with full respect of their inherent dignity of returnees, taking into account inter alia, their age, sex, state of health, and disabilities. Force during expulsion should be kept to an absolute minimum. The guidelines further provide that all returns must be consistent with respect for the rights, including the right to dignity and privacy of the migrant. Steps to ensure sustainable return include evaluating the safety, security, and other conditions, including socio-economic conditions, effective access to basic social rights such as education, training, and health, awaiting the migrant upon return. The ministry responsible for foreign affairs should play a critical role in facilitating collaboration with its country of origin to ensure that human rights are preserved and that safety is ensured. The return of migrants, regardless of their status, should be on a voluntary basis. With regard to the Police Public Complaints Authority and other independent bodies, the steps to amend the Police Act and ensure transparency are being undertaken. The state party has continued, moving to the question of dealing with the problem of overcrowding in prisons. Our response is that the state party has continued in its effort to decongest the prison population by constructing more modern prison and correctional facility centers and open air farms. The state party provides conditional releases to inmates through the prerogative of mercy and parole system. Zambia Police is mandated under Section 33 of the Criminal Procedure Code to release on bond persons who are suspected of having committed offenses which are bailable. Further, Zambia Police adopted standard operating procedures for enforcement of COVID-19 regulations. These procedures, inter alia, encourage non-custodial measures to avoid overcrowding in police custody. Further, the courts are also empowered to make non-custodial orders such as community service, probation orders, and bail releases of inmates. As a way of reducing long terms of preventative detention, Zambia is implementing the Zambia Correctional Service Act number 37 of 2021 by decentralizing the National Parole Board, amongst other and numerous measures. Moving on, the next aspect is the aspect of whether there are decent and national ethnic origin and on questions of discrimination under the national constitution. I think we captured it that way. The question is whether grounds for discrimination are explicitly prohibited. Beg pardon, Chair and Honorable Commissioners, Your Excellencies. Our response is that Zambia's legislation does not use the verbatim formulation descent or national ethnic origin as prohibited grounds of discrimination. That notwithstanding, some pieces of legislation use variations of the formulation, descent or national ethnic origin, such as nationality, ethnicity, or ethnic status, and synonyms of ethnic origin, such as origin, place of origin, birth, color, culture, and race as prohibited grounds of discrimination. For example, Articles 23.1 and Article 23.1 and sub-article 2 of the Constitution prohibit laws that are discriminatory either of themselves or in their effect, and the treatment of a person in a discriminatory manner by any person acting by virtue of any written law or in the performance of the functions of any public office or any public authority. Article 23, sub-article 3 defines discriminatory as affording different treatment to different persons attributable wholly or mainly to their respective descriptions by race, place of origin, or color, whereby persons of one such description are subjected to disabilities or restrictions to which persons of another such description are not made subject or are accorded privileges or advantages which are not accorded to persons of another description. As such, we submit members of the Commission, Honorable Commissioners, Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, that the laws provide adequate safeguards in that respect. Your Excellencies, the delegation was invited to elaborate on allegations of pressures on religious leaders in Zambia to maintain certain political opinions. Our response is that there is no requirement for religious leaders to maintain certain political opinions. Any political opinions expressed by religious leaders in Zambia are an exercise of their freedoms of conscience as guaranteed under Article 19 of the Constitution of the Republic of Zambia. The delegation was further requested to provide information on the matters relating to the presidential elections held in August 2021, which according to reports marked severe restrictions of freedom of expression and internet blackout. Chairperson, Your Excellencies, Honorable Commissioners, our response is that during the 12th August 2021 general election, the state party experienced internet shutdown that adversely affected all social media platforms, including Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and Twitter. This shutdown fundamentally infringed on the citizens' rights to accurate information, as some information was being sent and communicated via various social media platforms. One of the human rights and rule of law defenders in Zambia, namely Chapter 1 Foundation, expressed concerns on the said shutdown and sought the court's intervention through judicial review proceedings against Zambia Information and Communication Authority, ZICTA, challenging the internet shutdown, and obtained a court order to have the internet in the country restored. Chapter 1 Foundation challenge was on account that the decision to shut down the internet was not supported by any law, even the Enabling Act, which is the Information and Telecommunications the Information Technology Communications Act. The delegation was further requested to provide information regarding the allegations of political violence. Our response is that Zambia experienced some political violence in the run-up to the general elections. The state political violence was mostly perpetrated by political party sympathizers and largely by the youth. The violence was mainly during the period of parliamentary and general election. It was mainly characterized by youths carrying dangerous and offensive weapons, and this prevented the democratic space of the opposition political parties that were supposed to enjoy their rights to association. Further, violence perpetrated during elections was in some cases spontaneous and without justification. The measures that the government of the Republic of Zambia is taking include, but are not limited to, youth sensitization indaba in our local language, which means groupings on political violence. The government has been conducting some youth indaba in various provinces of Zambia to sensitize youth who belong to different political parties and the general citizenry on the negative effects of political violence in Zambia. This youth sensitization involves the youth themselves demonstrating how political violence has impacted them in enjoying their fundamental freedoms that are guaranteed under the Constitution of Zambia and the divisive effects amongst themselves in a country that believes and belongs to a one Zambia, one nation principle. Further, these deliberate efforts are being made by the government to ensure that going forward, perpetrators of physical violence.
Monsieur le
Yes,
ministre,
thank you.
Sans vous interrompre, les méthodes de la commission, vous vous rappellerez que lorsque je vous ai remis la parole, j'ai dit de donner juste des informations liminaires sur le banc, ce afin de vous permettre de revenir avec des détails et des précisions. Vous aurez tout le temps de fournir les détails et les précisions pour la journée de demain où vous aurez 1 heure. Dans les pratiques de la commission, nous ne recevons pas les réponses le même jour pour permettre au gouvernement de se préparer, par respect pour le gouvernement, de se préparer adéquatement et de répondre en profondeur, parce que l'exercice, nous savons qu'il est important et qu'il est utile de le faire en parfaite connaissance de cause. Sinon, ça va être plus de 4 heures que nous sommes en engagement avec vous. Les commissaires sont en train de prendre note et c'est compliqué. Je voudrais humblement vous suggérer, Excellence, juste de conclure avec des éléments saillants que vous avez sur le banc. J'ai bien utilisé l'expression « donner les réponses sur le banc ». Ça signifie pour nous juste les petits détails. Comme ça, demain, nous allons vous recevoir. Il y a déjà un temps qui est prévu pour vous permettre aussi de lire calmement, parce que vous aurez tout le temps pour nous présenter détail par détail les éléments de réponse que vous souhaitez vous communiquer. C'est pour ça que la commission voudrait vous faire cette suggestion tout en vous invitant à bien vouloir l'accepter. L'autre contrainte que nous avons, c'est que nous sommes vendredi, dans les pratiques de la commission, le vendredi, nous travaillons la moitié de la journée pour permettre à ceux qui sont de confession musulmane d'aller se recueillir auprès du Seigneur dans les après-midi. C'est la raison pour laquelle je soumets ces éléments de procédure à votre appréciation. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and Your Excellencies, Honorable Commissioners. We're grateful for the guidance. Perhaps the earlier understanding was that we now have 1 hour today, and then we'll have another hour tomorrow, and hence taking a comprehensive approach to what we can cover within this hour. But quite clearly, that does not appear to be the case. And we are happy to follow the guidance of the chairperson and the honorable commissioners. And given the specific constraints regarding prayers this afternoon, as was mentioned by the chairperson, and the freedom of conscience, we are happy to pause here and resume tomorrow. And especially that we are willing to give a written submission so that we can save whatever little time we have left for this afternoon and can pick it up tomorrow with the indulgence of the commissioners and the chairperson. We stand to be guided.
L'ensemble des commissaires qui sont avec moi sur ce podium expriment leur gratitude pour votre compréhension par rapport à ces éléments de procédure et tiennent à exprimer leur reconnaissance par rapport à votre compréhension. Personnellement, à titre personnel, j'étais sûr que vous accepteriez cette procédure, d'autant plus que vous-même, vous avez dit que le gouvernement zambien, selon mes notes, il respecte les questions liées à la liberté de conscience. C'était d'ailleurs parmi les éléments de progrès que vous avez présentés au titre de votre gouvernement. Je n'ai pas oublié, je l'avais très bien noté. Et nous en avons la preuve parce que vous venez d'appliquer cela immédiatement après que je vous ai demandé cette faveur. Merci beaucoup, Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre, pour cette compréhension. La Commission sera prête à vous accueillir demain pour que vous puissiez être à l'aise, nous présenter les réponses comme il se doit, plutôt qu'on vous soumette à une pression où vous lisez rapidement. Ce n'est pas ça le but. Et nous attendrons après l'heure de demain que vous aurez vos réponses écrites. Nous avons un officier chargé de suivre ces questions au secrétariat. Il pourra recueillir les réponses écrites pour que nous puissions les intégrer dans le rapport et les observations finales que nous allons adopter. Nous disons merci à toute votre délégation qui vous accompagne et nous sommes prêts à vous accueillir demain. Et les commissaires vous ont applaudi d'ailleurs pour ce que vous avez fait. Merci pour le peu de temps qui nous reste. Je consulte mes collègues commissaires. Je voudrais demander au collègue Idrissa, qui est en ligne, qui devait me présenter son rapport d'activité. Idrissa, vous êtes connecté? Idrissa.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Je suis connecté et je suis prêt à présenter mon rapport.
Je sais que vous-même, vous avez des contraintes par rapport à la liberté de conscience parce que vous irez à la mosquée tout à l'heure. Est-ce que vous accepterez qu'on donne au Seigneur 10 minutes sur les 20 qui vous étaient attribuées pour la présentation du rapport? Je suis en train de vous inviter malignement à le faire dans 10 minutes, le rapport étant déjà disponible. Et le peu de temps, nous l'utiliserons pour le débat pour conclure la journée. Est-ce que ça peut vous arranger?
Ça ira, Monsieur le Président. J'essaierai de condenser certaines parties de sorte à tenir dans le temps qui m'est imparti.
Merci beaucoup. Je vous accorde ainsi la parole pour la présentation du condensé de votre rapport d'activité et sur la peine de mort.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, de me donner la parole pour présenter mon rapport d'intercession. Le rapport que j'ai l'honneur de présenter est soumis conformément aux règles 25 et 64 du règlement intérieur de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples et de la section 3 des règles portant création et fonctionnement des mécanismes spéciaux de la Commission. Il couvre les activités menées au cours de la période d'intercession de novembre 2022 à avril 2023. Le rapport s'articule en 5 chapitres. Le premier chapitre présente un panorama de la situation de la peine de mort, des exécutions extrajudiciaires, sommaires ou arbitraires et des disparitions forcées. Le chapitre 2 couvre mes activités en qualité de président du groupe de travail sur la peine de mort, les exécutions extrajudiciaires, sommaires ou arbitraires et les disparitions forcées en Afrique et d'autres mécanismes spéciaux. Le chapitre 3 concerne mes activités menées en qualité de commissaire rapporteur pays Je rappelle que les pays sous ma surveillance sont le Bénin, le Burkina Faso, la République centrafricaine, le Tchad et la République des Comores. Le chapitre 4 de mon rapport porte sur les activités menées en collaboration avec les partenaires du groupe de travail. Et enfin, le chapitre 5 est consacré aux conclusions et recommandations. Sur le chapitre 1er, s'agissant de la peine de mort, nous disons qu'au cours de la période sous revue, la tendance abolitionniste s'est poursuivie sur le continent, avec la Zambie qui a aboli la peine de mort en décembre 2022, portant ainsi à 26 le nombre d'États africains ayant formellement aboli la peine de mort, tandis qu'au moins 19 États partis prévoient toujours la sanction capitale dans leur législation, mais observent dans la pratique un moratoire pour n'avoir procédé à aucune exécution au cours des 10 dernières années. Par ailleurs, 6 États africains ont déjà ratifié le protocole facultatif se rapportant au pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques visant à abolir la peine de mort. À cet égard, le 15 décembre 2022, 29 États africains contre 27 en 2020 ont voté en faveur de la 9e résolution de l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies pour un moratoire sur l'application de la peine de mort. Malgré les évolutions positives enregistrées, le groupe de travail est profondément préoccupé par le maintien et l'application de la peine de mort qui persiste dans certains pays. Ainsi, le groupe a été informé de cas dans lesquels la peine de mort a été prononcée à l'issue de procès tenus durant la période sous revue dans des pays comme l'Égypte, le Kenya, la République démocratique du Congo et le Soudan. En mars 2023, nous signalons également, le Parlement ougandais a adopté un projet de loi prévoyant des sanctions allant jusqu'à la peine de mort pour le crime d'homosexualité aggravé. Il convient également de rappeler, au titre des points de préoccupation, que la peine de mort obligatoire pour certaines infractions continue à figurer dans les législations de quelques États, malgré la position de principe dégagée à cet égard par la Cour africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples qui, dans son arrêt du 28 novembre 2019, rendu dans l'affaire Ali Rajabou contre la République de Tanzanie, a affirmé sans ambages que l'imposition obligatoire de la peine de mort ne respecte pas les garanties d'une procédure régulière et viole les normes d'équité des procès, empêchant les cours de justice de fixer une sanction.
Baptiste.
Sur les exécutions extraditaires sommaires arbitraires, le groupe de travail note avec préoccupation les allégations d'exécution extrajudiciaire rapportées au Burkina Faso dans la période
Collègue Jean-Baptiste, vous pouvez dire au commissaire de tout ça?
Je suis
en vidéo. Collègue Idrissa, pouvez-vous couper la vidéo? Sur recommandation de l'Haïti.
L'exécution exécutée au Burkina Faso, au Bénin et au Tchad durant la période sous revue, mettant en cause des au mandat donné par la Commission, le groupe de travail est en train de réaliser une étude globale document de référence sur la des exécutions extrajudiciaires, sommaires ou arbitraires en Afrique. D'ailleurs, un appel pour soutenir ce projet important en collaboration avec l'Institut des droits de l'homme et de la paix de l'Université de Chicago. Pour la
Il y a un petit temps mort que je vais meubler par ma petite voix, juste pour vous inviter de lui accorder 2, 3, 4 minutes d'indulgence. C'est le même avis technique.
Donc,
Voilà.
Monsieur le Président, est-ce que vous permettez que je poursuive?
Oui, je vous permets, mais tout en vous donnant un petit conseil technique, c'est de couper la vidéo,
Oui.
sinon là, et un petit conseil
Très bien.
personnel, de vous résumer davantage encore pour que les déboires techniques ne puissent pas avoir raison de votre belle présentation. On est complètement... C'est toujours bien d'avoir des temps morts, des minutes de silence technique, différents des traditionnelles minutes de silence que nous prenons pour des circonstances autrement plus tristes. Etienne, can you advise us? Is disconnected? Jean-Baptiste, vous pouvez essayer de l'avoir au téléphone. S'il a des difficultés, je ne veux pas retenir les délégations. Nous allons prendre une décision vu que le temps... Essaye de l'avoir au téléphone. Je demande l'indulgence de la salle. Accordons-lui 4 minutes de grâce. Si ça ne va pas, nous prendrons une décision pour lever la séance et on lui accordera le temps pour demain. Jean-Baptiste, notre sort dépend de ton appel.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, nous sommes en train de prendre contact avec lui pour lui donner les avis techniques.
D'accord.
Merci.
Je pense que, mesdames et messieurs les participants, les délégués des États, des INDH et de la société civile, chers commissaires, en vertu de ces différents, enfin, conformément à nos règles de procédure et surtout après concertation au niveau du bureau sur cet incident technique qui est arrivé à la fin, nous aurons vu que la délégation du Sénégal ne reviendra pas en séance de réponse demain, comme ils avaient dit. On a 1 heure de libre. Au cours de cette heure de libre, nous récupérerons tous les couacs qui existent, qui nous ont empêchés de remplir valablement notre ordre du jour. Heureusement que c'est à la fin. Il ne nous reste plus qu'une chose, c'est que nous pouvons lever cette séance. Ceci nous permettra demain matin de commencer avec Idrissa.
Oui.
Et ensuite, nous donnerons, il y aura la situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique pour prendre tous ceux qui restent, qui n'ont pas fait leur déclaration. Il y a encore quelques institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Il y a quelques États qui souhaitaient le faire les derniers jours. Et ensuite, nous recevrons le gouvernement de Zambie qui reviendra pour sa réponse finale. C'est comme ça que nous présenterons et ensuite nous terminerons la journée de demain. Nous promettons, comme c'est le dernier jour pour la session publique, de terminer à l'heure. Mais pour le peu de minutes qui restent, une délégation avait demandé la parole, c'est l'Afrique du Sud. Permettez, avant de lever la séance d'aujourd'hui, vraiment, je demande votre ultime indulgence que la délégation de l'Afrique du Sud puisse prendre la parole et faire une déclaration pour 7 minutes. Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur, je vous accorde la parole. Est-ce qu'on peut arranger son micro qui ne donne pas? Ça ne va pas? Ah oui, ça va. Vous avez la parole, 7 minutes. Excellence.
Oh, okay. No, thank you very much. Again, I was actually requesting the floor, not so much to make the statement, not so much to make the statement. Yes, no, I was actually requesting the floor.
Vous avez la parole pour 7 minutes, Excellence.
Yes, no, I was just saying, I was actually going to, for purposes of time, just indicate that we will make our intervention tomorrow and it will not be 7 minutes. But this is not the point I wanted to make now. I just wanted to formally request, maybe towards the wrapping up, to make the intervention around the proposal that we had made previously on the Nelson Mandela International Day for the 18th of July. And I just thought, let me just make this proposal in an open session like this for the Bureau's reflection, one. And then secondly, in relation to the government of the Republic of Gambia today. So that is a context that I wanted to make. And I wanted to just indicate this in advance. It's just something for the commission to reflect on. And also for the intersessional period between now and the 18th of July, we can then have that conversation. So I just thought, let me just make that quick intervention. Thank you very much.
La Commission vous remercie, Excellence, Monsieur l'ambassadeur. Nous avions parlé l'année passée, effectivement, de la possibilité pour cette commission d'intégrer également régulièrement dans ses activités une journée internationale Nelson Mandela. La proposition, elle est toujours à l'ordre du jour. Les commissaires, une fois que vous la faites officiellement demain, les commissaires y réserveront une suite, mais a priori, sans devoir anticiper sur le jugement de mes collègues commissaires, mais a priori, je peux dire que cela ne poserait aucun problème. Vous vous souviendrez que lorsque j'intervenais pour l'autre État, qui parlait tout à l'heure, j'ai dit on a également besoin de cette journée-là Je me référais justement à ce que nous avions parlé, échangé avec vous l'année passée. Par rapport aux dates, on va attendre demain quand vous allez faire cette proposition et le commissaire ils prendront attitude pour pouvoir vous communiquer quelle est la bonne pratique à faire et quelle est la voie à suivre pour cela. Il n'y a pas de problème. Demain, nous vous accorderons la parole sur cette question au titre du point 3. Merci. Ainsi dit, ainsi prend fin la session de cette 10e journée du 12 mai 2023. L'ensemble des commissaires et moi-même vous remercions et vous souhaitons un excellent après-midi. Nous remercions également les interprètes qui ont travaillé avec nous ce matin et au plaisir de nous revoir une fois de plus demain à 9h. Merci.
Monsieur le Président, je voulais juste, avec votre autorisation, présenter mes regrets à vous et à tous les participants pour ce désagrément technique qui est indépendant de ma volonté.
Il n'y a pas de problème. Je l'avais déjà fait à votre place. Collègues, demain, je vous accorderai encore la parole pour reprendre le tout à zéro.
C'est parfait. Parfait.
Oui.
Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci. La séance est levée.